Hey folks, I'm John.
And I'm Trevi.
And we're excited to introduce you to our new Art of War Twitch channel, Art of War Plugged In, also known as AOWPI.
AOWPI joins the Art of War family with a focus on the hobby of 40K on Tabletop Simulator, and on the channel we plan to stream the very best that 40K Online has to offer.
With live gameplay, commentary of the best players in the world fighting it out online, immersive narrative play and tips, and tutorials to bring your online game to the next level.
So head on over to twitch.tv/AOWPI to follow the channel, where we'll be streaming every weekday starting at 7 p.m. EST.
And support us on Patreon at patreon.com/AOWPI for even more content and access to exclusive online events.
See you there!
I'm but a humble pirate, Trevi. You can't expect me to know everything.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the stream. This is the Pod 16 third semi-finals. Returning to the finals table, top 10 ITC Team Scotland, and I'm hopeful for 20. The Canada's could make it. Also, any more we're going to see some fireworks today, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Tactical Tortoise. We've got another sick pod finals for you today. This is pod 17, with two stream veterans returning to the stream to fight it out for the victory in this pod. We have, in the red, already deploying right now, playing Chaos, his terrifying Chaos list, I should say, Cryogen, a.k.a. Phil, deploying his Lords of Skulls over on the red side, and in the blue, Headstrong with Grey Knights. We did see Headstrong play our HCP Zephyr in a previous game. Bit of an interesting game. If I remember correctly, Headstrong, good at rolling charges out of Deep Strike, which is a good ability to have. It's a good skill to brush up on. But obviously, Cryogen coming in with some of the strongest play that we have seen, at least some of the strongest results that we've seen in the series so far, piloting this terrifying triple Lord of Skulls list to multiple pod wins right now. And Phil, I think, has deservedly earned his place at the very top of the T5S2 standings right now. Not quite to the level of Apostle of Ruin up there at the top, but I think Phil is number 2. So certainly going to be seeing Cryogen in the Invitational coming in August. Hopefully you just saw the little spot for that right there. Very exciting. Headstrong, we'll see. We'll see if he can continue to win these pods, and if so, I think then we will certainly have him make an appearance in the Invitational Finals in August. For those interested, the finals will be using Warhammer 40k 9th edition, and we will have a couple of events starting over the next couple weeks once we have more of the rules released to help people learn those new rules. And so it's we're not just going in totally cold, but that will be one of the first events using the 9th edition rules. And we had a ton of leaks come out yesterday, and obviously this morning GW saw fit to release basically most of the rule book, not the entire rule book, but a lot of the core rules on Warhammer Community as well. So we talk about those, Tsung Tzu and I talked about those over the course of the last 24 hours. We released a bunch of videos talking about all of those, the new spoilers. So if you want to get the deets on those, you can check out the channel, and we have a big core rules discussion, and I have a terrain rules discussion, a munitions discussion, and I talk about the new Necron units that have all been previewed. So very cool. We're getting pumped for 9th Ed, and but we still have a couple more weeks of 8th Ed to go, and we're just about to finish up some pods and secure those rankings to decide who gets to play that, and those 9th Ed rules in the Invitational coming this August. So in this game, Headstrong did win the role to take the first turn and elected to go second. Pretty common choice if you're playing Grey Knights. Grey Knights is an excellent area denial faction. Because they have the combination of Astral Aim and Gate of Infinity, allowing them to teleport anywhere on the table and then see through walls. They can play extremely conservatively and don't really get punished for doing that, because they can hide in buildings, they can shoot out of the buildings, they can teleport between those buildings so you can't see them, and really make life miserable for your opponent. They also, we're going to see some rites of banishment come into play here. Obviously, they do an additional 2 mortal wounds every time they smite against a demon's unit, which turns out there's 3 big demons units in Cryogen's list right here. Those being Lords of Skulls. Those will all get hit by it, as well as his Lords Discordant. Actually, all of his characters, I think, will get hit just about, because they are all demons, and he usually is going to take the Infernium. We got a subscriber from Zacharias Hillbaum. I really appreciate it. Deuce 83, how do I feel about Psychic Focus being gone? I don't believe for a second that it that it's gone. I think that would kill Grey Knights for sure, and I believe that will be baked into their rules. I think this might change in 9th edition so that you can smite multiple times. I have a feeling that was an oversight. There's been a couple other issues in 9th edition that's going to need some day 1 FAQs. It turns out if you go into cover, or you have +1 to your armor save, and you have a 2+ armor save, rules is written, you can only fail saves on modified ones at that point, which is pretty silly. But that is how the rules are written currently for 9th edition. So a couple of things are going to need to get changed. I imagine that Psychic Focus rule being one of them. I think that's going to be along the lines of the Tau Overwatch errata, where they just get a day 1 errata that bakes that into their codex rules. That would make sense to me for those both Grey Knights and Thousand Suns. Talking about the matchup specifically, though, Cryogen playing a list that we've seen many times before: triple Lord of Skulls Chaos combo, 3 Lords of Skulls, big old Titans, 28 wounds, a 5+ invulnerable save all the time, which is pretty strong, and as well as some pretty devastating shooting. 3 of those for 430 points apiece. Excuse me. In an Iron Warriors super heavy detachment, we also have in a mixed Chaos Space Marine battalion detachment, we have an Iron Warriors Lord Discordant, as well as an Iron Warriors Master of Possession. That guy usually gets the Insidium to become a demon himself. We also have 2 units of World Eaters Cultists in order to get access to the 4+ deny stratagem on Cryogen's side, as well as a unit of Poxwalkers, just for the added resilience. We also have, as the last detachment, another battalion from Chaos Demons, pure demons, with a Demon Prince of Chaos with the Mark of Khorne to bring in the Crimson Crown, as well as an Infernal Enrapturous to make Grey Knights' lives a little bit more difficult, because those Grey Knights will be perilsing on any double roll, as long as they're within the aura of that Enrapturous, and they cast a lot of psychic powers. I don't know if you knew that. We also have 3 units of 10 Brimstone Horrors to make up the troops allotment of that battalion. Obviously, for those who don't know, the combination for the Lords of Skulls combines effectively the rerolls from Infernal Power, the Master of Possession's special ability, psychic power, so he can give Cursed Earth to improve the invulnerable saves of demons around him by 1. He can also use Infernal Power to let them reroll once they hit and wound, and then you can use the Warlord trait that Cryogen, I assume, has given him, a Demonsmith, to explode your hits on 6s, and then use the Crimson Crown to explode your wound rolls on 6s into additional attacks. All of those stack on top of each other because they are worded very well to do that. So you can end up making an immense number of attacks off of these Lords of Skulls, especially in melee. Once they start swinging with their axes and their cleavers, they can split their attacks into 3 with the cleavers if they take their lesser profile. But then every time that they explode one of those Crimson Crown attacks, they can then split it into 3 again. So they can sort of almost exponentially increase their attacks. You usually see one guy swing, 24 times or whatever, and then come out with 30 or 35 hits, which is pretty intense. That also, you're also going to take into a play in this matchup in particular, the your Death to the False Emperor that those Chaos Space Marine units are going to be getting. So all of that is going to be pretty good. Not in the case of the Lords of Skulls, though. I don't believe that they have Death to the False Emperor themselves, but the other units will benefit from that, because I think almost all of them have taken Mark of Khorne to get the benefit of those auras. Deuce83 in the chat saying, go Grey Knights. I'm rooting for Grey Knights, too. Let's see. So the funny thing about this matchup is that Cryogen and Headstrong have already played it one time in the series so far, on the same deployment zone, I think they said, and they've taken the same secondaries. They told me before the game as well. So it's a rematch. We're playing a rematch. It'll be interesting to see if Cryogen. I should say Cryogen got absolutely slapped in that one. Not too surprising, since Grey Knights are so powerful against demons when you have focused the entirety of your list on 3 or 4 big demon models. It's not that surprising that they are going to get blasted by these Rites of Banishment. But we'll see if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. Looks like he has deployed aggressively to take table space, which is what you need to do against Grey Knights. He's using his Brimstone Horrors to screen in the back, which is good because they will otherwise eat the smites from the Grey Knights and lose 3 to 4 models apiece, which is lame. And then he's going to try to eat smites on his cultists and poxwalkers as much as possible, and use those cultists. Is he missing a cultist unit? Oh no, he's swapped the cultist unit in the back here. Okay, and use those non-demons to eat as many of those Rites of Banishment as possible. And I believe he could potentially use the Demonic Incursion stratagem, the special stratagem for when a demon unit is killed by a Grey Knight to respawn it. He could potentially start using that, which I think is cute. We'll see if he elects to do that, if that's actually inside his game plan. Talking about the secondaries for these players quickly. Cryogen has picked Gangbusters, Headhunter, Ground Control. Well, those all make sense to me. I think you can play for something like Recon, for example, against Grey Knights. Engineers is always a little bit awkward, but you can do it because they're, as long as you know you're going to screen pretty well, but maybe you're not 100% sure about that. But Ground Control seems fine if Cryogen is basically just assuming he's going to play an extremely cagey game and wait for the Grey Knight strike squads to come in for him to be able to start killing anything. Bryce Sullivan coming in with a subscription. Thanks, Bryce. I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. But if Cryogen's sort of plan is to fan infantry out into the center of the table and then keep the Lords of Skulls safe until hopefully the Grey Knight infantry come down out of range to Rites of Banish the Lords of Skulls, then I like that Ground Control pick a lot. One thing you have to keep in mind as well is that Grey Knights a lot of times will kind of focus on clearing the screens early. So if you take something like Recon that forces you to push out across the midline of the table, then they can pretty easily get their extra range, or they can pop out with Edict Imperator to fire and kill those screens, and they can both score kills and clear your screens out at the same time, which is not really where you want to be in a Grey Knight matchup. Grey Knights, I think the perfect situation would be that they can take a central position somewhere here or here and kill all of your infantry slowly but surely, and then round 3 drop their strikes in and absolutely blast one big thing right off the table. That's sort of Grey Knight's most powerful game plan. That's exactly where they want to be. And so trying to deny that, I think, is a big part of defeating the Grey Knights, because if you screen well and you don't lose your screens too early, you can actually make it difficult for them to move across the table. Their whole army is very slow. It relies on Gate of Infinity and Teleport Strike to get around. But without that, you're just kind of hanging out. Clarify says Grey Knights versus Lords of Skulls, the biggest of oofs. It is a big oof. It is a big oof for those Lords of Skulls. Let's see if Cryogen can position around it and get blasted and not get blasted off the table, but we'll see how he ends up doing that. Now that Headstrong's deploying, let's talk about his list. Pretty standard Grey Knight list, but he is leaning pretty heavily into the Terminator armored models, which I think is very cool. He's taking a battalion, bringing a brother captain with a hammer, as well as a librarian. That is alongside 2 10-man Terminator squads, as well as a strike squad with a Psy Cannon, not a silencer. Then 1 10-man Paladin squad in the Elites slot. So we have 30 Terminator armored infantry so far. A second battalion bringing 3 additional strike squads with all Psy Cannons, as well as Grandmaster Voldus and a Librarian. With the Artisan Nullifier Matrix, I assume the other guy is going to take the Sanctic Shard. Yeah, that's a pretty common combo. So 30 Terminator armored units. One of them being the Paladins. The Terminators, I should mention, are going to be relatively easy to take out, I think, in this particular matchup. As soon as the Lords of Skulls can draw a beat on them, they can go down pretty quickly. Terminator's only 2 wounds, so the 2 damage Hades Gatling Cannon on those things can really, really wreck them pretty hardcore. Whereas Paladins obviously each take an additional hit to take out. That said, the Terminators are objective secured, which is usually a big deal if you're trying to fight enemy screens and chaff infantry sort of in the center. And you also just get 1 billion of them. You get 20, which is a lot. That's why the Paladin unit is why Cryogen's obviously taking that Gangbuster secondary objective. He can max that out by killing Paladins pretty easily. You just need to kill 8 to get all 8 or 4 points on that. Headhunter, I actually found is typically a pretty big trap into Grey Knights because their characters can be so safe. But I think Cryogen is hoping that he can. He's either going to lose or he can force his way through the Grey Knight army and he'll be able to get him down. So we'll see how it goes. Headstrong on his side taking Big Game Hunter, pretty reasonable pick here. He's just going to need to knock out some Lords of Skulls to grab max points on that. Headhunter as his second pick. It's an interesting one, but I think a pretty good one because he's going to be able to clear the screens and get access to those characters pretty quickly. Last but not least, behind enemy lines for Headstrong. Usually a good one if you have a lot of Deep Strike, which Grey Knights certainly do, because they have everything in their army Deep Strikes. And they can Deep Strike anything, anytime, which is pretty good. But if Cryogen is able to screen correctly and really lock off this area of the table, he's not going to give Headstrong the access to his backline screening units, like the Brimstones here, and the Cultists. And without being able to grab those guys off the table, you don't have the ability to like drop strike squads into the back to get that behind enemy lines. So it might end up being a little bit tough for Headstrong. I don't believe that he has a chaplain in his list, so he doesn't have any access to the extra range ability on his units. So if Cryogen's able to screen out those back units from getting hit by Stormbolters, they actually may survive for quite a while. Grey Knights can reach anywhere on the table, but not too far deep into your army. They're mostly 24-inch range. We'll send it back to the players' mics here, so we can listen to what they're doing. I guess we're just going to be pretty quiet. I imagine Cryogen isn't super excited about playing this matchup out. the Grey Knights not only play a pretty uninteractive game, at least in the early game. Afterwards, they come out and fight you and have a good old-fashioned knockdown drag-out. But also, they're so damaging to demon units that I imagine he's a little bit worried about what's going to happen.
What's the range on your
jump out of their
Everything's
building.
24.
Again?
I don't have any litany. I don't have any litanies, so
You can't reach out to there, and it's going to be. Yeah, I'll see how far the brimstones can go first.
okie dokie.
Some good rolls here.
Strong advances.
Them there. To be the cultists. That's fine. That goes. I've got another 3-inch movement. I'll probably be able to get on there.
Just the tip.
It's about gets on there. With that. Next one will move up and you get the currency. That's the question. Got me.
Not much longer of doing this.
Sorry.
I said with ninth won't be.
Oh yeah,
Coherency
with all
check.
the jank.
Just McGregor in the chat. Phil is properly concentrating. We may as well chat. Players are talking about the new 9th coherency rules. In the new rules, all the brimstones would have to do is have one additional model up in the front here, and then it would be legally placed for coherency. It's going to be a little bit of a culture shock, I think. These players, especially those who are sort of entrenched in the 8th edition and the old coherency rules, which I believe were basically always haven't really changed.
I think I'm
moving
going to
to
see
the new
P
coherency
re-roll
rules
that,
will
and if I
definitely
roll
be
a
little,
1, it's fine. I'll have to move him off the objective.
Oh, you got the extra inch.
1 more inch.
But we're probably going to see some mistakes, I think, from the people just getting into the new rules, where they place their coherency. Stringing out units is usually pretty is sort of second nature to a lot of these players. But people in the chat, how are you? Has anybody had a chance to look through the new rules that have been released? What are people's thoughts on 9th edition? Bloodburn, if you put 2 on each hand, losing 1 model will be horrible. I mean, normally, this is only a 10-man squad, so if you lose 1, you lose at max 4 more. But I think for the most part, these Grey Knights will just kill them if they shoot them. I don't think you're gonna eat a shot with Brimstone Horrors against the Grey Knight army and not lose and lose no more than 1 model. So I this is a situation where I don't think stringing out would be that big of an issue for Cryogen here.
I'm going to advance the cultists.
If opponent had a Thunderfire cannon, maybe you'd think about it a little bit more, but there's nothing like that. There's just units shooting 40 Stormbolters at you.
Oh. I'll do. Fine.
Deuce 83, lots of crazy subtle updates. Only strength 7 or pension new wound allocation stuff. Command reroll is changing. Insane bravery is only once per game.
Move what, 5?
Yeah, 5.
What changed on the
29
wound
extra
allocation
range.
stuff? I didn't notice any changes when I was looking through it earlier. The command reroll change is huge though, and I think I'm not a huge fan. I like that there's some security and vehicles blowing up on you and things like that. But now, if you're playing Marines, you're going to lose a lot of games.
Intent is for them not to be in
multiple
range
impulses
unless you
blowing
gate. So
Yeah, you don't got much to worry about that.
Deuce 83 says, if you allocate to a model in a unit, you must allocate to that model for the rest of the phase. Interesting. So you, I guess the change would be sort of like a Deathwatch veteran unit couldn't split between its Terminators and its Storm Shields. If you start on a Storm Shield, you can't then move to a Terminator, even if you pass all your saves. Although with the new with the new Storm Shield rules, you may not just always put it on Terminators because they'll always be at a 2+ save, which is hilarious.
this cultist out slightly. Yeah, these brimstones are going to advance. A little bit further, so 10.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the cover rules either. I don't know if the same thing applies to cover as well. If you have a 2+ save already, I would have to take a look. The cover rules like specifically light cover and heavy cover. So if you like custodies, basically always ignore AP if they're in cover, which would be gross. Would certainly see some Terminators on the table, I think, for sure. And maybe that's a reason for the smite change. You just spam a billion smites into those guys and kill them. Cover does modify your roll, doesn't increase your save characteristic? Okay. Unfortunate. Definitely seems like an oversight to me. And I think we'll see it changed, probably. But at the start, looks like that's something that you can certainly do. So if we're headstrong in this situation, one thing that I like that Cryogen is doing is he's set up to threaten this area of the table once his Lords of Skulls get in here. And he's trying to make that as difficult a drop as possible for a Grey Knight unit to pop in right here. Although I do think he needs to fan that Lord of Skulls sort of this way even farther, but he needs to be sure that it's screened well. Although he doesn't have to worry about the strikes for another turn. So he could only potentially get one smite hitting him right now, which is fine. He's okay with that. Ben Miller, why are Lord of Skulls so strong? So it's a combination of things. It's a sort of a combo list. First of all, they're very hard to kill. They innately their stat line's pretty good. They're 28 wounds at toughness 8. They have a 5+ invulnerable save all the time, unlike Knights, which only have their Ion Shield save against ranged attacks. The Lords of Skulls have a demon save, so they will get it against everything. That can be improved to a 4+ invulnerable save against as long as you get your Cursed Earth power off with the Master of
You got
Possession.
24-inch range when you come in, yeah?
Yep.
Oh.
Additionally, they are demon engines, so you can use Demon Forge on them. So they can fully reroll all of their hits and wounds for all of their enormous swath, their plethora of big cannons. Tooltip's not popping up for me here, but they have a whole bunch of big guns, so you can get full rerolls on with 1 CP, the low cost of 1 CP. In addition, when you play them in Iron Warriors, you can reduce the enemy AP by 1 when they shoot you, and you can get a 6+ Feel No Pain on top of all that other stuff. So you can be a 4+ invulnerable save into a 6+ DPR on 28 wounds, which becomes very difficult to kill. On top of that, they have a bunch of combos to do additional damage. So the Master of Possession has Infernal Power, so he's going to give them reroll 1s to hit and wound. With the Psychic Power, they're going to get +1 to hit from the Lord Discordant for being Khorne Demons, and then he has the Demon Smith Warlord trait, so they get exploding 6s to hit on all of their attacks. In addition, the Demon Prince from the Chaos Demons attachment has the Crimson Crown, so he's going to give them additional attacks on 6s to wound. So all of those together means that you could be shooting a billion times. Their ranged attacks, they have a lot of ranged attacks. They have like 15-ish shots on average, with potentially full rerolls. Their 6s turn into double hits. Their 6s to wound explode into additional hits, and when you get into melee, each of those 6s that you roll to wound can then be 3 more attacks, because you can split the attack you generate off into 3 more with your axe. So it's sort of a huge combination of effects that come together to be this insane, sort of tanky damage dealer. Yeah, Super Knights, exactly. They're super natural.
I think that is going to be. Might as well move him slightly closer to him. That's what it's going to be me. I want to move these brimstones. Far are they off the wall? Bring him up slightly. These around a bit.
So the question here is where Headstrong is going to go on his turn. I don't think that he can reasonably drop in here with a Gate of Infinity. I think that would put him too close to the
That's my movement.
Although he may be
kick,
able to
I'm
place an
going to
inch off the
cast.
wall.
I might as well cast
here.
Cursed Earth in case it matters.
But I think he might end up in line of sight and get
He's
shot.
off.
The other option is to drop here. But you sort of lose the
Infernal
ability
power
to
in case
get
I get
your,
charged, I
get
guess.
the objective.
Go
on
off,
turn
I'm
one.
not bothered. That was my.
It looks
Anything
like
else?
Cursed Earth went off, but Infernal Power didn't.
It's you.
So we have the extra invulnerable save on the Lords of Skulls, but we don't have the other rerolls, which is fine. They're not making any attacks this turn, so they'll be okay.
I'm just gonna start with
Bit of a long turn for Cryogen, though. About 20 minutes just to move his models around. But you have to be pretty precise when you don't want to get caught out by the Grey Knights. It looks like the characters are going to run out here for Headstrong to try to grab that objective.
Advance with Boldest.
Unfortunately, Terminator armor is pretty big, though, and it's hard to get too far up the table with those only speed 5 models.
Nullifier. Need the library.
Now it's Headstrong's turn to think about things for a while, I guess. He has to consider the options of his Deep Strike pretty heavily. What are the 2 units that are deployed? Are they both? Looks like 1 Terminator squad and 1 Paladin squad. Paladins are going to start moving.
I feel like that's 6 inches from this front wall. Yeah, 5 should get me up there.
You somehow in range or something?
No, I'm just moving them up. I'm gonna gate them, don't worry. That's gonna be my movement. I'm just gonna go to the psychic phase.
Hope that doesn't go off.
Oh yeah, that doesn't go off. Oh yeah, I'm fucked. I'm just gonna start with Astrolabe from Grandmaster Voldus. So it's gonna go off. They're on the Paladins. Gonna spend a CP for +1 to cast in a 6-inch radius from Grandmaster Voldus. Next, he'll do Sanctuary. Goes off with the
So it's probably also on the Paladins. Give them an additional +1 to their invulnerable save.
Armored Resilience.
Bring them to a base 4 up and a 3 up in melee with their warning saves.
Nullify Matrix guy. Goes off.
So now they're also -1 to wound. This is the combo for Grey Knights. Put every single buff on 1 unit and make the Paladin bomb as difficult to kill as possible.
Themselves.
Hammer hands with their +1 to wound in melee. If those Lords of Skulls charge in, they're going to be hitting back pretty hard, especially since they can fight when they die, the Paladins.
Guess I'll do Ethereal Manipulation from the River Captain. That one does not go off.
Ethereal Manipulation reroll hits if you're within half range of the target. Also, it lasts for an entire round, which is a little interesting because it allows you to reroll your hits when you're
just
charged.
Full rerolls
your
in half range, but I can be an inch away from the wall anyway and get within. Oh, I guess 12. Get me to the.
So it looks like Headstrong is going to be setting up to drop into the center of the table
Yeah, you don't need to be on the front.
and try to clear out as many of these screens as possible. As soon as he can do that,
Gate next.
basically he has 2 turns to kill all of the screens. If he can do that, he can drop all of the strike squads in range of a single 1 to 2 Lords of Skulls and then smite them down. I mean, Grey Knights also just are extremely reliable in their psychic phase. They probably have the most reliable psychic phase in the game. They are all innately +1 to cast. You spent the CP for an additional +1. And then usually your most important casts are off the Sanctic Shard, so they're an additional +1 and reroll fails. So you're at +3 with a reroll if you fail, and you have the Nullifier Matrix for a conditional plus or -1 if you need it. And plus you have a CP roll like in the bank as well. Grey Knights will most likely pass all of their psychic tests. You'll fail a couple of them usually, but it's unlikely that they fail a one that they really need.
So I want them to be an inch of this front wall.
So one of the downsides of the big Paladin unit is that their bases are so chonky. Sometimes they have trouble fitting into terrain. So it looks like there may be a line to see them between these 2 buildings. And whether the Lord of Skulls can get there is a big question. Although, unfortunately, you would have to drive forward pretty far. And that might expose it, so we'll see if Phil wants to take that shot. We'll find out, though. Grey Knights are an army I'm interested to see in 9th edition. It seems to me that their extreme resilience is going to help in 9th edition, but they will have to expose themselves a little bit more often than they do in 8th. Not to mention that multiple smiting, if their ability remains the same, that they ignore the increasing penalties to smite, may be very powerful. If you can get Grandmaster Voltus smiting 3 times a turn, you can do a bunch of mortal wounds or something.
Can that guy see me from there? We agree that's
I'm just moving and would put him there. That's the corner of his thing.
so like his...
Let me see what I can't see from up to there. Yeah, that's fine.
Looks like
You couldn't see me from there, right?
I think I'm just about out. I'd have to get up time there.
Alright, so you'd need a warp time at least. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, warp time a possibility, I believe, for Cryogen, but I think it's a little pricey. Costs him a CP for the Chaos Familiar strat, and then he has to burn one of his other powers to do it. But usually you can get rid of Smite, which is usually the right call.
Sell for kill and kill more. So I need to do my gain the CP psychic power.
Oh,
I use Nullify to drop that down to a 5, so I'm perils, but I gain CP. Do I want to change the tide?
yeah. So the ties of the
I'm
warp.
just keeping the shooting tide for now.
Ties of the warp are always a little bit awkward for Grey Knights, especially on the first couple turns. They're very crucial that you select the proper tides at the right time.
Psychic.
The question here is whether maybe Headstrong could have finagled an edict to fire while in the shooting tide and then switch to the smite tide for the additional mortal wounds as soon as the strike squads come in next turn. But it looks like he may just assume that Phil will be good enough at screening that he probably won't get the ability to smite with the strikes next turn. He'll have to drop them in turn 3, which is fair.
24. Hitting on 2s. 6 up saves. I'll spend the 2 just because I need to guarantee the kill this turn. So I'm just going to buff the Storm Bolters. This basically just gives them the -1 AP and like an extra
That's
strength.
what?
So doing Cybolt ammo on the Storm Bolters, so it'll be W6 -1 flat 2.
So we're spending for the Cybolt this turn. I don't know if I love this.
What are they normally?
Spend.
Normally strength 4 or 0/0, but shooting tide and strat makes them 6/1 2.
It means he's going to be wounding all these models
so
on
put the
2s.
Storm Bolters into the cultists,
But
and then
the CP bleed for Grey Knights is usually pretty extreme.
Guess I'll do them into the brims, maybe. Yeah, I'll see the side cannons into the brims. So I'll do the side cannons first. Give me 16 shots, hitting on 3s because I moved. And then wounding on 2s. It's going to be 9 saves for them on their invuln.
This is for what? The cultists?
This is for the brimstones.
Brimstones?
Yeah. This is from
Sorry,
the side
hang on.
cannons.
I said the brimstones. Okay.
Yeah. So it kills 8. I'll then do the 24 Storm Bolts into the cultists. So these will be hitting on 2s. And they'll be killing on 2s. So that's 13 dead. So that's the unit, I think.
Yeah, so I'll just clear the squad of cultists. I'm gonna auto pass the brims. You can shoot me again for some reason.
No, that's gonna be my turn. So I get kill more, you get hold more.
So Phil decided to auto pass the brims here in order to maintain his hold on the center objective. Not only that, but that gives you another. There's
You've
only
got
2
hold
of
one
them
as
left.
well. So have you?
No,
They didn't even get on the objective. Okay, fair enough.
But that also gives you another unit that can screen.
I was scared of the wolf time.
And you can use those brimstone horrors to push out your deep strike denial bubble a little bit more and force something to get a smite to go into them or something. But getting that extra point early is exactly what Cryogen needs to do. The worst thing that can happen is when you start losing primaries slowly against Grey Knights. If the Grey Knights are kill more every turn, and you just have hold more, and you lose that 1 extra point on primary, and their points denial really gets you. Once you get into the point of the late game where the Grey Knights
phase,
actually jump out of cover and you can fight them, a lot of times it doesn't even matter.
What's your charge again? Okay.
What was that, sorry?
The
charge for what, sorry?
So yeah, I'm just curious as to what your charge is again. I'm going to definitely advance these stones in the middle.
Okay.
I'm going to advance the brims on the left there. That's 12-inch. Not to mix these up too much.
Yeah, they got different bases. Remember, I can deep strike within 3.
Yeah. If you do that, and you can only just shoot.
Yeah, I can do shoot and
psychic and shoot.
Can't charge, but yeah, I can shoot and psychic.
I'm going to advance these brimstones next.
Is that the other big unit or the 2-man?
Yeah, so there's the unit at the back, which I advanced. Then there's this unit on the left.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 9-inch.
So I think Headstrong could have deployed his characters a little bit more aggressively last turn. I don't know if there was a way for Cryogen to grab them with even with a warp time. For example, if he had a character back here, and in order to get closer to that model than the models in the building, it would have been really tough for Cryogen. I think Headstrong could have picked up a hold point there, but he ended up not doing it. Not to mention the fact that a Lord of Skulls that pushes too far forward has a pretty good chance of getting blasted by a bunch of smites.
Sorry.
So they used to worry about that.
There's
a brother captain in that mess, so all of their smites for everyone in that little bubble are going to be doubled to 24-inch range and can really threaten those Lords of Skulls, even at long distance.
I hate being colorblind. So one. Not that one. That's number 3s I'm picking. That one.
So it's like
yeah. I'm just sorry.
So the color bases are just for my benefit. Okay.
Yeah. The numbers are.
It's like this one is 3 and this one's 3.
This one. So that one must have been like incoherence. I had them all in coherency.
Yeah. This guy needs.
And 3.
This one's 3 and this one's 3.
Okay, so that one will go up to there. Actually, I'll have one over here. Well, so the Poxwalkers will advance as well.
Yep.
My God, they cannot move. Right. Oh, they'll still do. what it is. Move to 0.1, sorry. What do I need to get these guys to stop you from getting on that objective? I'll CP reroll that one.
Extra 4.
Oh, I don't want you going on that. So I get an extra 4-inch move there. So put him on. He's touching. The other two will be behinds like there. I'll just string them between.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Phil is going to be able to, or Cryogen is going to be able to successfully screen out the strikes on turn 2 with those poxwalkers. Although, and not to mention the fact that he's been able to screen this building out. So this building, obviously, another pretty strong area that Headstrong could have used to hide a unit in. Where his Terminators are going to go now is pretty questionable, because they don't have anywhere great that they can stand where they don't just get immediately blasted by 2 to 3 Lords of Skulls and die. Not something that you can really give up as a Chaos, as a Grey Knights player, given that you're pretty low model count to start with. The big question is whether Cryogen's going to go for the shot onto the fully buffed Paladin unit.
Thinking about what I want to do with this other guy.
Last turn, but I doubt that that's really worth it. Given that they are fully buffed, and even with all of the buffs that the Lords of Skulls are going to have on them, they might not do that much damage. Especially since Headstrong could potentially drop some CP to make those guys more
sorry,
resilient.
do you mind if I backtrack on him?
Appreciate the subscription. Great.
Thank
Din Paolini. Great Knights for heretics. Yeah, probably. Used too much of that warp dust. Y'all got any of that warp dust? That's some Flash Gets Drago for you there, everyone.
I think rather than bring him forward to there, I'm actually going to bring him closer to the center. Yeah. Okay. Probably bring the cultists. Advance these cultists.
Okay.
Okay, that's then moved. I kind of want to stay in the centre a bit more. I think. Capture or point at, push herself right up to the front.
And her thing is 18 or 24?
24. Like it.
But she doesn't have like a deny,
Move
right? It's
him.
just the doubles thing.
Again.
She doesn't have like a deny, right? It's just the doubles apparel.
No deny. It's only my cultists that have a deny. The you peril on the doubles and be 2d3 instead of 1d3 mortal wounds. Thinking.
It's all good. Movement's like the most important phase.
I'm just thinking. No, cool. A revolver. I think I need to see where you're coming to.
Certainly a thinking man's matchup.
I think that'll have to be it. I'll move the disco slightly forward to be in range of him as well. That's fine. Yeah. The only other thing I want to move slightly
So I can't imagine
is these
Headstrong
brimstones here.
feels good about dropping strikes
I'll
in this turn,
advance
so
them.
I think he'll leave them out and try to use that Paladin Blob to kill the Poxwalkers as well as the Brimstones in the center. He has he has this unit to deal with, as well as there's one Brimstone. There he is from last turn. 2 bases of Brimstones hanging out, blending into bushes. Don't mind us. We're just inside a bush, ready to muck up a deep strike somewhere.
Okay, cool. That's going to be my movement. I'll try and cast Cursed Earth.
Okay.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh,
CP
big
reroll
perils on the
1.
Cursed Earth.
Why not?
Whoopsies.
That doesn't go off, but I don't perils. And then I'll cast Infernal. Let's go off on an 8.
That's reroll ones and within the shooting.
Reroll once. Okay, cool. So that will be your turn. I'll just go hold one.
Copy that. Okay.
Okay, we're back over the Headstrong's turn. I think we'll probably see mostly a repeat of last turn. Headstrong will probably be able to hold an objective this turn, and hopefully he can knock Cryogen off of the objectives that he's holding to get his hold more. That said, he does have to kill a lot of models. He has to kill 22 infantry with these paladins and whatever else he has, which may be a tall order. He may be able to find a way to get a smite into these brims and automatically kill them because of the brother captain's 6-inch aura of plus 6 inches of movement. Or plus 6 inches of smiting, or excuse me, double smiting. Double range on smiting. Goes from 12 to 24 because the Grey Knight Smite is a little bit shorter than normal. But that would mean he wouldn't have to split his fire so much, and he can drop his multi-damage weapons into the Poxwalkers and his single damage into these Brimstones and try to grab both of those units. That's, I think, where Headstrong's trying to go right now. That would allow him to deny hold more from Cryogen and obviously get kill more for a second turn and slowly rack up those points as Grey Knights are wont to do.
These guys are out of range of everyone. Just gonna double check on my spell pounds. I hate that some are 18, some are 12. It's like, what's 12? Okay, gate is 12. So let me reach the gate. That's gonna be my on-board movement done. Just gonna measure some deep strikes. How far does the Discord move? 12?
Discordant can move 12.
9-inch charge. Or I could pull in a unit here.
So this is a dynamic insertion here from Headstrong, using a stratagem to come in within 3 inches of a unit, but not allowing that unit to charge. Pretty good use of that stratagem to let Headstrong grab this point away from Cryogen, although I don't believe that these strikes are going to be able to drop in. Where are these guys going?
It's like, do I want the hold, or do I want the behind enemy lines?
I think we're just pre-measuring placement right now.
Alright, so yeah, I'll spend the 1 to put them on the objective.
All right, there's the dynamic insertion coming in from Headstrong. I like this play to allow him to grab that objective. And we keep talking about it, one of the big downsides of the Lords of Skull list is that there's no indirect fire in this list at all. It's all just got to point guns at you and shoot you. So anything in a building like this could be very problematic for it. I wish Headstrong had a position where he could place those guys where they could interact with the game.
I'm going to go to Psychic.
But unfortunately, Cryogen, I think, too smart for that. Not letting them drop in and shoot at the same time. That would have been really strong.
Grandmaster Beat
But at least they're going to grab a CP
goes up.
or a victory
Spend
point
one,
for
this one, yes.
Headstrong. Probably coming in and potentially securing a hold more, or at least blocking a hold more on Cryogen's side, which is basically almost as good as
I'll
the
gain the CP next.
almost as good as for Grey Knights as scoring a VP themselves, because they typically tend to play right on the line. They're very consistently good at winning by a couple points, but they don't get big wins very often.
I gate these Terminators this time. Probably not. Okay. Gonna do armored resilience. Goes on. I'll do sanctuary. These are like just in case powers. I'll do aerial manipulation from the River Captain.
I'll pump up Headstrong's mic here so we can hear him a little bit better. I like this cadre of characters hiding back here. the seer council of the Grey Knights just telling the paladins what to do.
I'm going to change the tide to the smite tide. Goes off. Just set up the next turn. And then I think that might just be all the powers. Yeah, I'm gonna go into shooting. So I think I'm gonna shoot 2 storm bolters into these guys. Yeah, I'll do 3 just to make sure. Yeah, I'll do 3 storm bolters into the brims.
Yeah, I wish you would have been able to get a smite into them to
So I
kill
need
them.
to
Seems pretty
pull
possible.
enough dudes.
I'm not sure
Ideally, I
why
want to kill like
the characters
from
are so
this unit
conservative,
and these and these.
unless they're out of range. But a 24-inch range is a big deal. I think from here you're probably fine. Unfortunately, having to split his attacks is going to make things pretty inefficient for these guys, and I think there's a non-zero chance that, especially since we just moved out of the shooting tide, that they don't kill the poxwalkers, and that could be actually really bad. Because if all Headstrong needs, or all Cryogen needs to do is have screens alive long enough to deny the strike shots from coming in and hitting a Lord of Skulls. So all he needs is like 1 or 2 of these models alive, and then all the Lords of Skulls can collapse in here. He can run brimstones around. He can run characters into these corners to make a big bubble around them. And once the strikes come in, they just bump up against those screens and they don't do anything the turn. And we get down to, Headstrong might have to drop them in weird places where they don't really do much damage.
I'm just gonna shoot 3 storm bolters into here and then everything else into the poxwalkers. So I think 3's overkill. I'm gonna do 3 into the 2-man brims and then everything else into the poxwalkers. And I'll spend 1 for +1 to hit. Poxes are only T3. Yeah, it's fine. So I got 12 shots on the 2 brims. I just need to make sure. So I'll shoot the brims with the back 3. Just these guys won't have rerolls, but the other guys will have full rerolls against the poxwalkers. So these 12 hitting on 2s, no rerolls. And they'll be wounded on 3s. So 8 saves.
What's this on the brims?
This is on the brims. Yeah, this is 3 guys on the brims.
2 brimstones, yeah.
Yeah.
These ones here, yeah.
Dan Paley, yeah. Once things die down a little bit, if this game continues to be
those 2.
a little
Yeah,
lethargic,
cool,
I think it's going to pick up pretty quickly as soon as those strike squads come in.
Yeah, well, I think you're going on and off. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using push stop. Maybe I should swap. But...
we'll talk
I'm
about
gonna
the
do
interaction.
the
I had to spend about 10 minutes reading all of
cannons
the rules to actually figure out what people are talking about, but
and then I've got
it does work like they say.
3 storm bolters as well. But these are the Psycan. So these are hitting on 2s with rerolls. Roll this one. And I'll be wounding on 2s because I'm strength 7. You're T3.
It costs you CP to do that then?
To do what, sorry? I spent 1 CP for +1 to hit. And then I have ethereal manipulation for the reroll.
Alright, so you were on CP for?
I gained 1 from the psychic phase, and I spent 1 for +1 to cast. So I was on 8. Went down to 7, went back to 8, then went down to 7 for the +1 to hit.
Oh, you're on that. That's you. Right. Okay. Cool. So is this many? How many 8 damage?
These are just 1. -1, 1 damage. So that's 10. And then
Left.
then I got 16 Stonebolt shots as well.
16 stone rolls in that one guy. He'll be fine.
12 Stonebolt
I'm
shots.
worried that nothing went into these brims, though.
Yeah, 12 Stonebolt shots.
I think the pallies needed to
he's on
split evenly here and here.
2 0-1s.
And I bet you could have smited them also. I bet you could have peeked the dude out,
All hit. And then we're
knocked
on 3s.
one off, because I don't think you can escape from the Lord of Skulls another
So,
turn.
8 more saves. 1 damage.
You're dead.
Okay.
All right, the poxes are down.
So I think that's my turn.
But
Not gonna do any charges.
that means that we're just going to tie on holds this turn, so Cryogen's just going to continue.
So yeah.
Or Headstrong, excuse me, is going to continue to get kill more every turn.
Are you done?
Yep. So I get kill more, hold. Yep.
But I am worried that he's not quite. He hasn't quite killed the screens that he needs to. He's leaving these brims alive. I think could be problematic because they can ring back here. Depending on what their advance roll is, they could potentially screen off this whole area. He needs something over here. Maybe the cultist can ring around the Rosie.
I'm going to advance these dudes.
I think we needed to see one more unit dead from Headstrong here, and I wonder if it's a little bit inefficient.
That's 11 inches.
All right, so while Cryogen's running through his movement phase, we'll talk about the Thunderhammer Storm Shield thing I was mentioning earlier. The interaction in the 9th edition rules so far. So the spoiled Space Marine documents that we've gotten, which may not be true, or may not be completely correct from what I've seen, has Storm Shields adding or giving a 4+ invulnerable save. Oh, it looks like we got a big advance from these brimstones. Actually, that's a big deal. That will make the screen very good for Cryogen. I think the screening game from Cryogen has been on point so far, which is not what Headstrong needs to see. But what the so the Storm Shields, the new Storm Shield rules give you a 4+ invulnerable save and increase your armor save characteristic by 1. So in the example given, a 2+ armor save would become a 1+ armor save. Normally, a 1+ armor save just basically means you ignore the first point of AP. The first point of AP brings you to a 2+ armor save, and then so on and so forth. Except that in 9th edition in the core rules, the AP has been reimagined or reworded into being a modifier to your armor save dice roll. So, for example, if I roll an armor save, I have a 2+ save, and I roll a 4, but you are AP -3. The 4 goes down to a 2, down to a 3, down to a 2, down to a 1, and I would end up failing that save, right? However, in the core rules as well, there's a rule that says that your dice rolls can never be modified below a 1. So even if I have, pluses and minuses and things like that, and I rolled a 1, it doesn't become a 0. It stays at a 1. And the way that armor saves work is that if the armor save roll equals or exceeds your armor save value, then it will have passed. So regardless of the AP of the weapon, which is a modifier to the armor save roll, I will always roll at least a 1 on my dice, which means on a 1 plus armor save, I would always have at least met the save characteristic, because I basically ignore any AP modifiers that bring me below a 1 because they can't reduce the value of the dice that far. So it's pretty silly. Because you can still fail obviously on unmodified rolls of a 1, always fail regardless of the stat that you're checking. So it just gives them basically a 2+ invulnerable save if you have a 1+ armor save. It seems to me that this is an unintended consequence of rewording the rules. But I like that GW is going the direction of rejiggering the rules to be a little bit more cohesive. But they did, I think, just miss this one thing. Or the rumor's not true, and it's not a modifier to your armor save value at all. It could be a modifier to the dice roll, in which case it would stack with AP. It could be anything else. But that is the interaction we were talking about earlier between your the storm shield and ignoring potentially all AP forever and ever. And that's my story. I don't think it changes. It doesn't change Centurions, right? Because they can't get Storm Shields. But Terminators and Custodians with Storm Shields, it would impact if they end up getting the same Storm Shield roll. We've seen way back in the day, back when I remember playing, there was like 4 different rules for Storm Shields in 40K because every sub-faction had its own Storm Shield roll. It's very confusing. And that might happen again as we start seeing 9th edition releases come out, but we'll see how it goes. I hope that makes sense to everybody. As we're going through Cryogen's next phase of, of reinventing his screens, I want to thank everybody again for tuning in to the stream. Really appreciate everybody coming and hanging out with me. We're still on the tail end of 8th edition, and there's lots of 9th edition stuff happening, and I'm excited that I'm really glad that people are still hanging out on the stream and chatting 8th edition with me. It looks like I'm just actually talking with John Damaris right now. It looks like John and I will be playing 9th edition on stream on AOWPI tonight. So probably right after this show finishes, we'll be live over at twitch.tv/AOWPI with a game of that. I think it's going to be Space Marines versus Tyranids. So we got some classic John and Trevi lists that we'll be playing. And we're going to see how they square up in 8th edition. I think or in 9th edition, excuse me. We're going to be playing with all the spoiled rules, as well as the new, and we'll probably dock ourselves a bunch of points to make sure that we are we're at the right points value, because we don't know what all the points changes are going to be. We do know a lot of the Space Marine ones, but we don't know a lot of the Tyranid ones. Although I have heard a rumor that they're not really changing, but I think I'll play a couple points down just in case.
I'm going to move the brims, advance the brims up. You've got. I'll do that in a second. What I'm doing with the Santa stuff. You don't get more than a 9-inch charge out of Deep Strike.
No. But I am pretty good at rolling 9s, so Heads up.
That's true. Can confirm. So everybody in chat, how are you all preparing for the 9th edition release? Are people pre-ordering your models? Are you painting anything up? Any new armies that you're excited to start up in the new edition?
Okay. This guy's coming slightly further back.
Okay.
PHSQ's starting up some Necrons. I just released, actually just before this video came out, a review of the new Necron datasheets for the stuff in Indomitus. Hope everyone's checked that out. But some cool stuff in there and some things I think that portend some big changes to the Necron faction coming up in 9th Ed. Some big core mechanical changes for Necrons. My will be done. Affects vehicles now, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Piolini, burying my head in the sand, pretending my models that have not seen the table since quarantine don't exist.
IP's going to come towards this wall. Yeah.
Dan, are you gonna stick with Imperium in 9th Ed? Is that still gonna be the plan? Yes to Imperium. All right, everybody, shooting for those T5S2 invitational points. Let it be known. Dan Please probably playing Imperium, so get teching for him. PHI Screws, other than waiting to see a new codex for Thousand Suns, I'd like to see if they do more with cults right now. Sticking to a minimum. I'm stuck taking minimum 2 detachments. Is that for like Cult of Magic and Duplicity? Is that kind of what you're playing around? PHX Goose?
Okay, yeah, that'll be movement. I'll cast my spells. I'll just check.
Peach X Goose says yes.
Yeah,
Duplicity
I
and
think that's going to be me.
magic.
So I'm going to
Duplicity
cast
for
Cursed
movement.
Earth.
Magic for anti-tank makes a lot of sense to me.
Is off.
I'll try and deny.
Plus. There you go.
I get +1, so it's roll 8. So I deny it.
Obviously, cool. And
That was a what was that a deny on there?
you denying that as well, or
Oh no, I've only got the paladins in range, so that was the one deny.
or did the strike squad not?
Oh wait, yeah, good point actually. Yeah, I might as well try. 89.
That goes off, so that stays in range, stays on.
Was that the Cursed Earth, I imagine? And Infernal Power got denied?
Yeah, that'll have to be me. I mean, I'm not sure what I can shoot at, man. So, like, yeah.
Don't worry, strikes are coming in, so there'll be some shooting next time.
Well, depends where they go. So,
Definitely, I think one of the strengths of Grey Knights is that sometimes your opponent gets really
Again?
frustrated they haven't made any attacks until turn 3 in the game. Sometimes they overcommit to get one paladin or something just so they feel like they're doing something. And then you get them. Kaka!
Please be my guest.
Well, that was a deny on Cursed Earth. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Not smiting
Why would
him,
you deny
though.
Infernal Power? It's pretty meaningless right now.
As far as I can see.
No, once these colours are dead, definitely can smite him. Oh, okay, yeah, just swap it onto me. So you get a hold.
So the strikes have to come in this turn. And it looks like Cryogen has done a great job of screening everything out besides the center of the table here. I wonder if what Headstrong can do is start dropping strikes into this area right here. Use an Edict Imperator to kill these cultists so that smites don't go into them. And then put every smite he can into the Lord of Skulls. Because it does hit the closest visible enemy. So even if these brimstones over here are there, then you can still shoot at them. Or you can still shoot the smites into the Lord of Skulls. So all he needs to do is line up some strikes right here and get the Brother Captain in range to buff them. Run the Brother Captain over here. Drop the strikes right here. And you can probably put 20 damage onto the Lord of Skulls pretty easily. Maybe finish that off with a shot from the Paladins. If you can finagle it correctly, you can drop the Terminators in, deep strike the Terminators in, either with the unit that's in actual and teleport, or the unit that's already on the table with a base right? Gate.
But then, so distance is a base to base, but then loss is measured off.
As far as I'm aware, you have to do line of sight to the part of the model that you can see.
That's not correct.
Because otherwise, for instance, with a unit, you could say, I can see him, but I want to target someone else, who's closer.
You just have to measure line of sight and range to the same model, but it doesn't have to be to the same part of that model. So,
Kidding. I've never played like that. Well, okay, cool.
That's what I thought it
Wouldn't
was.
have moved him like that. I would have
to
advanced him behind the terrain if that was the case.
I mean, even from
There's
here,
no reason for you to leave him now.
well, even from the 24, I can still easily get within sight range.
This is how rules work there, Cryogen. There, bud.
I've always done it to the part of the model that you can see.
Nope.
So, Gorilla Captain.
Nope, you just have to measure line of sight to the model itself. It's a little embarrassing.
I need a big old advance. Could gate him if he doesn't roll well.
You can't measure, for example, I think what Cryogen was getting a little confused there with. You can't, for example, measure line of sight to one model in a unit and then measure the range to a different model in the unit. But you do have to have both of those to the same model, but it doesn't matter. If it's just one model, it doesn't matter the part of the model you're measuring to. So in this case, it is a detriment for the Lord of Skulls. One of the few that they have, which is that their base is so large that sometimes you can measure from the sort of front end of a model, right here, which is the closest point to them, but you're drawing line of sight to the back. So it's hard to sort of keep these guys safe effectively. Or I should say it's harder than normal to keep those guys safe than it would be for just a small base unit. Dan Palini, that's just how Ninth Ed works too there, bud. It's not a hashtag 8dead thing. Ninth Edition did not get rid of true line of sight. One of its biggest mistakes.
Unfortunately, these Terminators are just not going to do anything this turn either, probably.
Dan Palini, I have never played it that way in 90. No one has, I think, Dan. Not one person has played it that way in 9th edition. It's yeah. It'll be interesting to see the different line of sight mechanics in 9th come to play. I am a little upset that they sort of increased that they added verbiage for all of these cool sort of line of sight rules and then just didn't add them to the actual line of sight rules of the game. It still tells you to bend over, like look at the table like an idiot. Oh well.
So I need to be 24 this go.
Dominic Mestockidy saw a video on the new missions. Favorite part of the ITC was attacker and defender getting rid of siege rolls. Yeah. At least there's no siege rolls in 90 Eternal War, though. So we're safe. We're safe, chat. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether those attacker defender rules stick around. I have a.
And then remember these.
I can kind of believe that a lot of big events will just swap. We'll just move back to the ITC rule. Because it's not that big of a change to put into a tournament packet, right? It's just that the defender always has to go second. It's easy. But it is weird that their big pitch for the edition was to their big pitch for the edition was to speed things up, and then they made all these changes that made things slower. So who knows? So it looks like Headstrong's doing exactly what we were talking about, and
except for this unit, obviously.
He's going ahead and dropping everyone in there. Probably going to try to kill those cultists with an edict, and then go ahead and drop some smites into the big boy here. He might even we might even see him throw a Psybolt to Psy-cannon this guy for a couple wounds, although he's not in the Shooty Tide. So unfortunately, if he's planning to edict, probably unless he switched, but I think he switched out of the Shooty Tide last turn, so that I think he's gonna have a little bit of an issue putting too many wounds onto it. Yeah, we also back to the point of the 90 missions, we also haven't seen the tournament packet, right? There's like apparently a whole book of tournament rules, and they may entirely change the missions.
So these guys are all in range, right?
There's
have line of sight to this dude.
There's
So in what capacity? Sorry.
So 24 from his base. So they're all within 24, correct?
Right. There's a bit suspect, that rule. I mean, for the record to Trevi and the listeners, I disagree with that. That's fine. It's the way it's being ruled. It's only because I've never played that way. So, as a player, I would have done is advanced him into this bit. If that was the way it's being ruled.
Yeah,
I think that's even been FAQ'd.
Certainly willing to talk about it if you have any rules you can point to that supports that interpretation.
I mean, do you have any rules that support the other interpretation?
Yeah, for the purposes of determining visibility, all you have to do is see any part of the model that you're drawing line of sight to.
And then range is based.
Yeah, but then it doesn't.
Yeah, and then range is always drawn from the closest part of the attacking model's base or hull to the closest part of the other person's base or hull.
Okay, it's cool. I just haven't played that way, so that's fine. What it is. All I'm saying is I would have advanced him into this part here.
But then where would the characters be?
Characters could be further back. It doesn't matter about where the characters are. So, because like they would be out of range of smites anyway. It's fine. Carry on.
So I'm going to spend the one for the dynamic insertion.
PHA Goose, don't mind the roll to see who goes first. Some strategy involved in what units you're willing to risk and what units you keep back, knowing you might lose them. Yeah. I mean, I think it just feels worse, I think. I don't even know if it's sort of if it's anything more than kind of a pathos, I guess. That knowing what's going to happen allows you to prepare for it a little bit more, whereas otherwise, you can, for example, if you deploy too conservatively and you end up not going and end up going first, you can just not do anything on your first turn, and it's still a feel badsy. I don't know. I just think the game feels much more fun using the ITC version of it. But that's I don't I don't really have any concrete examples to tell you as whether or not it's concretely better. I just enjoy it more, I guess.
Do you mind if I move all just like 0.3 inches back, or I mean, I can.
Let's go for it. Yeah.
Just needs to be 112.
And if I move my Lord of Skulls behind this bit of terrain. That was my intent for the records, but like he couldn't be smited. Otherwise, I wouldn't have played so defensively. I would have just smacked him out in the open to give me more board presence. There's no point in doing it otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. The Lord of Skulls is one of the hardest models to keep out of line of sight, for sure. I can see the point that he could have. He probably would have been better off putting the Enrapturous farther back, but then the Enrapturous isn't in range to use her aura, right? She's farther away from the Grey Knights models. There's a trade-off there you have to make, but definitely the Lords of Skulls are super hard to hide. From hide their entire model from, and that's why they have 28 wounds, right? Like, I don't think this Lord of Skulls is going to die right here, to be honest. I think that would take a lot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's potentially 20, and then you use the Iron Within to take 6 up DPR, so you probably take 17, and then the shooting has to kill you, but the shooting also has to go into these cultists to kill them. Although maybe he can edict the Terminators to kill the cultists. We'll see how it goes. Jess, we don't have to be misogynistic in the chat here. We can say he's being a little salty. But it is kind of funky that I will say this. I'm not a veteran 40K player, right? I've only been playing for about a year, but it is bizarre how these like sort of different rules cultures develop. It's something that no other game has. Almost every other game has extremely tight rule sets that don't really have any questionable areas like that. And to hear somebody say, "Oh, that's not how I play line of sight," and you're like, "Well, it's defined in the rulebook." So it's not really a leg to stand on if that's not how it's supposed to work. Unless you can point to me a passage that says otherwise that I haven't read yet.
Next, I'm going to do the shoot and move power. This one.
And part of the issue of
the shard guy.
If I know you would have been like that, I would have laid off seasoning his dinner because he's got enough salt as it is. I get it.
All the Stormbolters into these cultists.
But part of the issue of True Line of Sight is that it's so difficult to play by that intent too, right? Because like you can say this is my intent, but if mathematically 1 iota of your model can be visible from a certain line, your opponent's entire game plan opens up really hardcore.
I'll throw all the.
So trying to say my intent is this guy's out of line of sight with something like that is really awkward and is not always possible. Dominic, I like knowing. Dominic says, I like knowing before I deploy my army that I'm going first or second. It takes a lot of gambling and random aspect out of the game. Yeah, I guess that's probably to the point of the 9th edition deployment rules. Although gambling, to some extent, gambling is part of it, right? Because in order to win big, you have to gamble that you're going to take that win, and however much your win percentage is going to change based on how well you can make that determination. Like if I put these tanks in line of sight, they can get shot, but if I go first, it's a big deal. Is it worth the trade-off? And And that's something that you have to know and do the math in your head. And I think that's a skill of the game. But on the other hand, it's sometimes you just get shafted. It's like playing any gambling game. So here goes the edict. Yeah, kills the cultists, and now we're gonna see some smites happen.
These guys first. This is the side cannons. Let's get into the close loaded skulls. Getting on 2s, 1s.
What's the AP?
It's -1.
Dower duty.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm only strength 7, so if that changes your mind.
Yeah, but still Dower duty.
Okay. So
To mitigate any damage.
So here come random side cannons into the Lord of Skull. Is this from the edict though? I don't know if you want to dower duty the
so
edict shots.
Well, it's a normal save, 1 damage.
Ignore cover as well, yeah?
Yeah, ignore cover.
So how many wounds?
Just 2, I guess. 3 of saves, so just 1.
So what's
AP 1, and you have a 3 up. This is just the side cannons, but I don't have any.
Oh right, okay.
But
This
I'm
is
not-
the psychic phase though, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the psychic phase. I'm not
I'm
in the
gonna iron within. Oh right, okay. I'll iron within.
Yeah, definitely iron within though, because that'll block the a lot of the smites, the smite damage.
That goes.
Did they fix LOS with the obscuring keyword? No, I don't think so. They made it better. They made the terrain a little bit more functional, but the issue is that true line of sight in its purest form still exists in the game. So, for example, like obscuring blocks your line of sight if if the model's completely behind a piece of terrain, your line of sight from the terrain is blocked by the terrain. But, for example, I can still benefit egregiously from that if I just make my model smaller, right? If I take all the pieces of my model and I jumble them together in a little pile and I put them on the base instead of assembling it correctly, it's easier to block line of sight with the obscuring rule. And those are issues that that true line of sight bring up. Looks like he didn't end up wiping the cultists. Interesting. So that's gonna be that's a big deal. That's a smite that they're gonna have to eat.
This is from Boldus.
Cast gate.
Boldus.
Oh, the back ones. Right, okay.
Yeah.
I do think to that end though, I think the obscuring keyword helps a lot.
So I'm thinking
It means that the height of your model is less impactful. And that was an issue. Like a lot of people are going in and like, taking their models off scenic bases and things like that. And just like things that a game that sells itself on how big and cool its models is.
Charge anyway, mate. Don't worry about it.
I mean, it'd be an 11.
Oh, looks like the Terminators are getting spicy here. Interesting. I wonder if he's going for a shot with these guys. Now that cultist unit has been depleted.
Yeah, I'll bring these. It's kind of like an all or nothing turn anyway.
I wonder if he's going to go in and try to hit that Wounded Lord of Skulls with a bring it down in case if the smites don't do enough damage. Tomic Mestakides in 9th Ed, theoretically saying the Lord of Skulls is under 18 wounds. Could the Grey Knights still see him? I believe that they can. I don't have the terrain rules in front of me right now. Do I still have them open? I don't think I do. I don't have the terrain rules in front of me right now, but I believe that obscuring only works if all lines between the models cross over the terrain. So if you have basically, it only works if you're entirely behind the terrain. I haven't really internalized the new rules quite yet, so I haven't had a chance to think about it too hard. So, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Let me see if I can pull that up, actually. Because that is important for the discussion, I think.
Know how that works with ITC. I'm not sure how to do it.
For what, sorry? Oh, like this little thing might block on
Yeah, I don't know. When I was looking at your strikes before when shooting through it, I wasn't sure how it was going to get ruled either. So, just like
Hey, Trevi,
obviously,
is this little thing see-through or is that blocked because it's first story room?
The doorway will block line of sight.
Okay.
The little doorway on that thing, yeah.
I guess I'll just have to forego one guy's worth of shooting. So I can't get any closer. I don't want to be closer to the charge. Because these guys should be unchargeable without warp time currently. Okay, so I'm gonna do some smites. I'm gonna start with the brother captain. He's gonna smite this. Actually,
Yeah, so I just pulled up the obscuring rules
this guy anyway.
chat just to make
Yeah, I'll just smite
sure
the brother captain.
I'm not talking out my bum. And you have to be able to draw a line of sight that does not pass over the
So
piece of
two damage on
terrain
this guy.
that's line of sight blocking. Some of the weirdness with obscuring right now is that if you give it to a piece of area terrain, any part of the area terrain will
Okay.
block you. But
In range, so I'll start with
if you're inside it, then it
teal.
wouldn't. So like this area wouldn't unless you were back
So you
here.
just want me to roll them all, and then you just roll all the field
But
notes together?
I think
well,
house
yeah,
rules
yes,
and tournament rules will call the walls obscuring
damage from
specifically,
teal.
and then the rest will just give cover or something.
who's
So-
within range of? Do they all get +1 to cast?
Yeah. Don't worry. Orange.
So in this
on
case,
range.
that wall would not block line of sight to the
All
Lord of
right.
Skulls.
So this
But
is
for example,
my
these
only
windows,
chance to.
the windows are blocked. But if there
This
were
unit
windows
can't
in
smite
this
either,
and the Lord of
'cause,
Skulls was not 28
It's
wounds,
only 12. without
it
the
would
brother
be the windows would not block line of
These
or
guys
would
aren't
block line of
range.
sight to it effectively.
So I'm just doing teal first.
It basically gives you the ITC rule.
So that wasn't him.
Sort of.
No.
Oh, that
it's,
was these guys back here.
Yeah, teal. Oh yeah, sorry, colorblind. My bad. Yeah. So this is gonna be this. It's gonna be these four. I'm just smiting with these 4 units, so they should be not range of anything.
So
Yeah, I think the parts where it will matter is when like
This
I mean
one.
4 damage.
you
sorry.
have something that's very
these are
clear
4
cut,
damage.
like this
That
thing
one.
will be obscuring. And if you have a big model here with wings or whatever, as long as they don't protrude, up to this point, this will block line of sight to everything behind it.
And then the squad next to it. So that's 4 more.
So we are starting to beat down on the Lord of Skulls.
Goes off.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
Don't do that.
Fuck.
That would have been a disaster. Sometimes
Way
CCS
to
Nightcrawler,
kill
if you put
him.
models in it, we'll go kind of crazy. Yeah, they're just all base to base with each other. Here you go.
3 damage. 20.
Okay. Then the next Terminator squad next to that. So I have 2 more sites. That's 4 more. So
Okay.
that's 4 more. And I got Another smite from the other 5-man Terminators. So that's 4 more. This guy's on range. This guy's on range. Okay,
Dominic, so it helps with taller models, but wider ones that can't be fully behind the terrain can be shot. Yeah. That's basically how it's going to end up.
so
I mean, for the most part, like it's gonna
Extreme
improve the
tide.
gameplay, 100%. It maybe not to the extent that I would like it to, but I mean, it still makes big models
Yep. It's only a
easier to
5.
hide, which is good 100% of the time, I think. The number of times that I was caught out for having an aerial on my, repulsor execution or something sticking out so they could shoot it was obnoxious. But now, if we play with some cool keywords, we're gonna be safe from that. Lord of Skulls down to 13 so far.
Let's start with some pot shots over here. Gonna do the librarian, then the librarian. Fold this. So the first librarian.
Oh, it looks like we're just shooting now.
That's gonna be 4 hits. 3 wounds.
That's these, is it?
Yes, these dudes. So then the next librarian. Three more.
Any more people are in range?
So I got Voldus next, and he is.
Do I have a
he
sound
wouldn't be in
effect
range
for
this
the Lord of Skulls slash? I don't know. Maybe we
but
can find
he
one.
takes up the objective.
It's fun to slash.
I'm probably going to take them from 1, 2, bit more, 3 more, was it?
Yeah, 3 more. 2 more.
We got another one here.
Yeah, that guy's one. Yeah. So I got the last stumble from Voldus. 3 more.
Well,
Those 2 more.
Here's a whole bunch of sound of slashes. Yes.
Next, I'm just gonna shoot this yellow squad into the brims.
Oh, those real meaty ones. There you go.
So that's like
the back ones, is it?
the back unit.
There's the Kalos smash there, Jess, or the slash.
No, this is the
Ka-ching!
Psycan.
The ones with
Wound.
the real gross sound. They're not in melee yet. We can't play those yet. We'll have to save those for when we're in melee.
Boulder shots.
Right now we got this is probably the this is the A10 Warthog sound effect again. While the Terminators are shooting. Just a constant blap blap blap.
I get cover save against. I'd have had to have taken them one at a time. That's my fault.
I only killed 5 total, so I think that would be 5 out of cover anyway. Oh, I guess like these guys.
Do they have an armor save?
Okay. So next I'm going to do... I'm just going to shoot with this Terminator on the end at the Lord of Skulls.
Who's shooting what?
This end Terminator is shooting this Lord of Skulls.
Just him on his own.
Yeah, he's only going range. 1 wound.
What's the EP
It's a
of
stun
this?
bolt. Just 0.
Cool. Is that a wound?
Yeah, that is a wound. It's a save. So then I'll spend 2 for Bring It Down. So just get to reroll wounds.
There's the bring it
against
down play.
So I'm going to do the orange side cannon into it.
And what's the AP?
-1.
Sorry, you didn't hear you cut out.
-1 AP.
Dower duty, definitely.
Okay.
So ignore the AP on this guy, but 4 rerolls to wound is going to be a pretty big deal.
Reroll the wound. 2 wounds. And these are 2 damage apiece as well if you want to thingy it.
2 damage.
So that's 2.
Will eye him within as well. Just need to make sure he lives.
Yeah, and he'll be probably in cover against most of these guys as well, which will be a little problematic for them. Running into a 2+ save, I don't think he's going to be able to do the extra wounds.
Okay.
Like I said before, after all that,
Teal guy
even
next.
getting all those mites in,
So this guy
it's
here.
unlikely you kill the Lord of Skulls.
Same thing with his icon.
I actually, I think for all CryEngine's complaining, I think it's might have worked out for him, especially if this thing doesn't go down, because at the very least, it forces Headstrong's models out in the open and
next to him.
into a position where they can be targeted, and you can start picking them up.
Reroll the wound. 1 wound.
Wow, what's the strength on that?
Strength 8.
Is it? EP?
-1 still, so. Oh, -1. So you ignore it. Yeah.
Is it, so do they ignore cover? Like all of these ignore cover, do they?
Oh, no. Sorry, that doesn't ignore cover. So yeah, you're good to it.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to be on a up, I think. What's the H? Sorry, what did you say the AP was?
Just 1.
Dominic, the
It keeps
biggest thing
cutting
I'm
out.
excited about for you is
1
access to
AP.
Tabletop Simulator, right, dude?
Oh, right. So
gonna
Dower
be so
duty
sick.
takes that away.
And we'll definitely have some,
Yeah, saved.
in T5S2, we'll have some learning pods available.
So the other guys who were
people
shooting
to,
on
who
him,
just
where he
wanna
would
play
have
around with
been,
zombies and learn the
would have
game.
been a 2 up against them as well.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have actually taken those wounds.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to shoot.
So I wouldn't have needed to Dower duty. I'm within yet, but like obviously I probably will in a second.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to shoot this squad. So I'm going to spend the 3 for Cybolt and +1 to hit. So I'm going to have.
So Headstrong down to 1 or down to 0. This is an issue with the Granites is that they usually blow through all their CP instantaneously in one go, and unfortunately that means he's going to have a trouble knocking these Lords of Skulls out later.
So hitting on 2s.
Except for the guy at the end, isn't it?
Yeah. So I should have
That one,
40,
yeah.
but yeah, 36.
Ooh, no.
And
And 5s rerolling.
And then wound on 5s. Reroll.
Yeah, that was a lot of 6s. Ooh, conversion wasn't great though.
13.
EP?
-1, 2 damage.
So the downward
Okay, so 3
DB
ups.
takes on 3s. Oh no! That roll sucked. Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to have to iron within this.
That is 14 6-ups. You need to make 2 of them for that Lord of Skulls to survive.
If I can
But if it
mitigate any
survives, I
of
think
that.
it
Have you got more
lives.
shots coming into me, or is that it?
You
That's
get
going to
a
be pretty much it.
you get a side cannon into it. Oh my gosh, this is close.
So you need to roll that again because it's 2 damage apiece.
What's your piece?
Yeah, 2 damage.
Oh, and he makes it exactly. Oh no! He's down to 1. Is that right? Yeah, he took 12 out of 14 off of a 13 win model. He's down to 1.
That's my turn.
Oh,
Can't do any charges
what
with these dudes.
a heartbreaker! Oh man. And that Lord of Skulls now.
I
is
should have
almost
saved
exactly-
more of those as well. Really.
it's almost exactly where it wants to be now.
A
It's
lot
going
of
to heal.
twos.
I mean, it'll die next turn to a smite or something, but it gets a full round of shooting out of it, and it doesn't degrade on its
like
ballistic
12
skill.
ones, I think, to hit.
Oh.
So balance out. Good 24 hits. Wasn't great. So that gives me 2 big game. Get it behind enemy lines. Kill them or hold.
What can you do there? Unfortunately, the resilience of Lord of
hold the
Skulls coming
same.
out. Cryogen did have to blow. He blew 4
I need
CP
to
that round,
roll.
keeping that thing alive.
I've given up. Want to give up a victory point here. CP. I'll have to keep him alive.
Yeah, oh yeah, because it'll give me hold more otherwise.
Yeah, I can't give up another victory point at this stage, I don't think, because you're smashing me.
Well, I'm going to take a beating this time.
Well, hopefully. So I'm going to spend another CP and heal him up to 5 wounds.
Yeah.
More deep strike. Get rid of all of these. Oh, did I accidentally kill a live brimstone? How many should have died here? Oh, I should need to roll for these as well. How many?
I think 5 died.
5 died. Right, okay, so I'm going to roll for that and see how many more. So 1 more goes, and that'll be that one probably. That's fine. And then this, delete these. Well, 5 died and another one died, so another one. That one.
Yeah.
I'll just get rid of these. Much time. So cool.
Flicking on to you.
They're a 9-inch charge away.
PHX Goose. Yeah, oops. I lost my overlay. My mistake. PHX Goose, where at least it's slow, so it won't charge. Yeah.
1-inch charge away.
And
Don't measure that. Side warp time.
I think we measured
Unless you're a
those guys
disco,
when they got
in
moved.
which case it's much closer.
Yeah, Grey Knights going to be relying entirely on their smites
he's
after
obviously
this.
dead
No
next
interrupts,
turn, so I
no fight when they
use
die,
him to
nothing in
shoot at
melee.
something.
And they're just going to be shooting Stormbolters at these Lords of Skulls. That's going to be awkward for them. But that's an issue with Grey Knights, is that they run out of their armor cracking very quickly. They get one big turn where they get to do a bunch, and then it falls apart. And if it falls apart too quickly, they can lose out pretty hard. Looks like Cryogen potentially considering a Chaos Familiar to grab Warp Time here and get one of these Lords of Skulls in melee to fight and kill these Terminators. I think the Terminators had spells cast on them.
Probably at this stage, I'm going to move these brimstones behind this bit of terrain.
Did they get subsumed?
More
by
annoying
the
for you.
Sorry, do the blue Terminators have any spells on them right now?
Yeah, they have Sanctuary and Armored Resilience.
Okay.
You know where my buff tokens keep
That's
going?
what I thought. I wonder if the tokens got dropped in the dice rollers.
Yeah, maybe.
When they got picked up.
What do those spells do?
Minus the wound.
That's why I asked chat, because I remember that they had tokens on them, and then we're considering making plays with those in mind. I'm like, where did they go? That's important. I think those pretty reasonable that those Terminators die this turn.
So you can't get explodings from the Crimson Crown on them.
Can't get a Crimson Crown. This one to wound, and what's the other thing?
Extra invuln.
Sorry, say again. You cut out.
Invuln. So Sanctuary gives them +1 invuln, so they're a 4 up, and then a 3 up on the warding staves in combat, and then Armor Resilience, just a -1 to wound.
Yeah, that's a pretty good interaction. Crimson Crown not unmodified 6s to wound. So giving him a -1 means that they can't roll 6s. There are no 6s in their roll, so they don't get any.
Zero CP, so you can't do any of that janky bring it down shit anymore. Okay, I'm kind of inclined to leave those alone at the moment. Do everything else because they can move 5.
Yep.
So how much is here? 2 Terminator squads. These haven't got any protective buffs on them, have they?
No. Yeah, so two sets of 5. There's an inner ring and the outer ring. No protective buffs. And 2 units of strikes as well.
He's going to poke his head out slightly. So you can do. I don't think there's any way for me to get another one in front of him, so fine. The turn of Killmore for me, hopefully.
Oh yeah, that's how it usually goes to Grey Knights.
Let's go, we'll move up to here.
Hey, Torian in chat, how's it going?
See those.
This is Bobby Hall's. I'm afraid to tell you, this is not a Sister's Grey Knight
Slightly
suit.
further back. Actually, needs to
it's
stay.
only Grey Knights today.
Do that.
All Grey Knights all the time
what he
over
wants
here.
to do. Measuring from model, that would be from tail. So from the tail, he can. That's fine. Use those rules against you. So this guy's gonna move.
So far, it's been an interesting game, although it's been slow to develop. Kind of how Grey Knights work, I think, generally. But Headstrong won the attacker defender role, chose to defend, and spent his first couple of turns basically hiding in here. Then was able to jump out early with the paladins into this L and use them to clear out a lot of cryogen screens. That enabled him on turn 3 to jump all these guys in, and these guys use an edict to clear out the last cultist unit that was here so he could get a bunch of smites and shooting into this Lord of Skulls. Unfortunately, Cryogen spent 4 CP dumping stratagems into the Lord of Skulls, ended up him surviving on 1 wound and healing back to 4 on the subsequent turn, which we're about to experience the full onslaught of a Lord of Skulls list into some Grey Knights.
These brimstones are going to advance in this direction.
Torn, I seem to remember 9 Repentia killing like 30 orc boys yesterday. So calm down there, bud.
Okay. Sneak in. I'll advance the MOP. Yes. Rapturous should really get some shots off at someone.
No, it was same where it was really 30 orc boys, or it was like 27 or something. I think with 1 swing from the Repentia. It was a big old hit. I think they got shot a little bit. They lost like 1 or 2 to
Okay,
guns,
so that's
and then Repentia came in and killed all of the rest of them.
movement. I'll try and get Earth off again. Go off. Okay.
I mean, it's not huge. Most of my AP is -1, if I have any AP at all.
Just getting into combat and stuff, but
Well, even then, the most I have is AP2 on the halberds.
that's where it does matter, I guess. I'll let it go because you probably deny it anyway. Infernal Power is off on a 9.
I'll try and deny it. Ooh, nope.
So next up, so I'm just going to shoot. Let's go into these.
Okay.
That's it. Roll in the 1 for Infernal. Wounds, just -1.
He's good.
Okay. So next up, what am I going to shoot? These guys first. So you've got 2 units of Termes.
Yep.
They've got 5 up, haven't they?
Yeah, 2 up, 5 up.
Or 2 up.
Yeah, 2 up normal save and then 5 up invul. So I'll have fours.
EDs into them. And the I-Core will go into that strike squad there.
Okay.
So I'll roll the I-Core. 4 shots. Hitting on 2s. Extra goes 2 for Demon Smith. Tuned in on 3s. All at -4.
Dead squad.
Right, okay, so next up, the Terminators, this is on.
Is it the inside row or the outside row?
I mean, are they different?
Just the sergeants in the outside row. So that's like the only difference.
Oh, does it say amend their save or anything
No,
like
no,
that?
no.
Or...
Just extra leadership, I think.
I'll fire at the one with the sergeant in, that's fine.
Alright.
Use ones. The extra go through. 2s. All in 1s. Uh, 14.
Strength 8, right?
And 4 up.
Kills them exactly.
Damage each.
Yeah, 2 damage each, right? So it just kills them.
Cool. So the next one will, which is this one, who can see these middle ones through here. So he's going to fire the Hades into them. He'll fire the I-Core into the guys at the back.
Okay, and that's the back guy, right? You're shooting like this
Back
guy.
one.
Right? Okay.
So Hades into them, and then I-Core into.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fire him, his Hades into them, and his I-Core into them. I think that would be a better play, to be honest.
Okay.
So the Hades will go into them.
Mm-hmm.
And ones. So 2 extra go through. And 2s.
Chad, in fairness,
And 1.
aluminium
Extra shots.
is the greatest way to say that, say that word.
So 1 goes through. And 2s. What am I on? 16. 4 up.
Yeah.
Die. And then the I-Core into the other guys. Shots. Peace. 1. And 1 extra shot for Crimson. Those 5 die as well. And then I've got this guy. These guys are -1. What are they? -1 to wounds.
Yeah, -1 to wound, +1 invuln.
Pretty brutal shooting phase from the
One
Wizards of Skulls so
save,
far.
did you say, on their invuln?
Invuln save it. So it doesn't make any difference. You can say P2.
Kills 10 Terminators, 10 Strike Marines so far.
The -1 to wound will.
But
yeah,
as I was mentioning
I
before, the
might
Terminators
actually.
so much
I'm going to
less
first shoot this at
resilient
them.
against those 2 damage weapons than
Or do you
the
shoot a single
Paladins
shot?
are. And that Paladin squad is still going to be a problem for Cryogen. Headstrong can continue to astral aim fire through the wall there
There's
and
10 of
continue to
them.
blast Cryogen off the table.
I could luck out. I'm going to split fire here, so I'll spend 1 CP. I'm going to send the Icor cannon into these guys. Demon Forge. I'll send the Hades Gatling cannon into these guys.
Bobby Hall's in the chat asking everyone to say Schwar. Not sure what that's about.
Oh, Demon Forge would mean I wouldn't actually get me anything, would it?
not on the hits. On the wounds, it let you reroll the 2s.
Well, no,
It's a
because it's failed wounds.
Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't get.
I don't
anything.
think it wouldn't get me anything. I mean, I'll do it this way round. If there's an extra strike around, that's an extra strike around. I can deal with that. So, in on twos, roll in ones.
Jess McGregor talking about a group of Singers. What are we talking about Singers for? A group of Singers like a bond.
Extra goes through. And then roll in the ones. 3 extra shots from Crimson, but the 2s go.
Can't take the extra shots because
Bobby Haas.
nice on the wound.
Oh no, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Bring your Bacone. I don't know what
I
that
forgot
means.
about that. So just 9 saves on those guys.
Because of how I say
Only 9.
Singers? Or it could be because of how I say
So
Schwar.
kills 4.
Okay. D6 shots for the Icor and the Strike Squad.
Oh man. 4 casualties already removed from these Terminators.
5.
That's going to be problematic for the
Really
Great
need
Knicks.
these icons to roll like 1s. That would have been great.
Hit. Need a load of 2s.
Bobby Haas say Thunder,
extra
Fire,
shot.
Cannon. Okay.
One and a 1. Wounds. Yeah, so that's all of them gone through.
And Suppression
So
Fire?
kills 4, and I get a 6 up on the one guy in cover. He dies.
Yeah, I think I kind of played that right. That's probably right.
Ugh. That was a brutal turn of shooting out of the Lotus Skulls. We're seeing the power of
That's
this
fine.
list, obviously. As soon as something's in
that's
range, it'll
a
kill.
turn, I think. Can't charge anything, so.
So I lost 4 Terminators. There's 1 more on a 5. I'll re-roll. I'm good.
Yeah, the PHSQs, yeah, the Icar cannons were a pretty big deal. Bobby Halls, I'll say whatever you want if you tip. In the description.
Pop into the loo, mate. I'll be back in a sec.
Alright.
Samoyer English is a mishmash of words from other languages. Trying to go to two. Too many 2s. Bobby Halls, I'll give you a tip. Speak preparely. Okay. Anytime. So pretty brutal turn from Cryogen, but I think Headstrong, he didn't lose this orange squad. And that's a big deal. I think... And also the Terminators, he can use those to grab the Terminators to grab his second behind enemy lines. He just has to shift them over a little bit into the deployment zone. These guys can pull back onto Objective 4 and just chill for a bit and score those Holdmores. He can grab a kill off this thing pretty easily with all of the guns he has going into it. Or just like one smite from the brother captain. Just like, ba-boo! Should do it. And then he sits on hold more.
I'm back, sorry.
Loses kill more, but that's what you got to do. And he just plays a cagey game from here on out. Jess McGregor Loughborough. Loughborough. Bobby Halls, I wish I was in Twilight. I do. That movie made millions of dollars, and I would be, I would have a lot more money. That'd be sick. Who's turning me on? Are we back to Headstrong's turn now?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, can we flip the clock over? Yeah. Bobby Halls, I could buy so many Thunderfire cannons. It wouldn't even matter that their points cost went up because I would have so much money.
21. As long as this first guy dies, she'll be closer. And these guys are 19, so I need to be... I need this side to shoot.
Yeah, they're still going to be good, I think, chat, for sure, at whatever they move to, 140, 135 or something. I think they're still going to be playable. You just probably don't take like 3. You just take 1 or 2. But I also think you see less infantry anyway, so although they got a huge buff in the blast rule. Like they get to just kill 10 guardsmen almost every time. Which is going to be gross. Yeah, 130. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like. Yeah, the gun went to 95 and the little dude is it 35? Is that right? Or is he 485? I don't remember. Who cares? We'll get the book. Or I can just look at the at the spreadsheet. Well, so Headstrong's already up by 5, and he's going to be able to grab a hold more this turn, so he's going to keep parity at least. He'll still be up by 5 at the end of this turn. Up by 6 if he scores behind enemy lines. Cryogen, by the end of the game, we can reasonably expect Cryogen to grab his Headhunter... Or his gangbusters, excuse me. Maybe not Headhunter. Maybe he grabs 1 or 2 on Headhunter, and we see the rest hang out for a bit. I don't know if I like this move, though. Where are we going? That's too far forward. Don't do that. They can't shoot you. You can shoot them, but they can't shoot you. What you doing, bud? Uh-oh. This is too aggressive. We saw how much damage those Lords of Skulls just did. And I think this could be bad. Headstrong maybe getting a little worried because he just lost so many models to that single shooting phase, but yeah, maybe he's trying to pick up. They were Enrapturous after a smite because he can 2 smites here. We'll kill this guy. And That's going to be... And then we can start shooting into the Enrapturous with an Edict, maybe? Maybe with the plan is to Edict back in. I don't hate that plan. You do have to be careful with your measurement, though. Yeah, he's already got Hold More, though, right? Unless there's like a Brimstone. Oh, there are Brimstones I'm forgetting about. Hey, look at him. All right, well, he can kill those with a random shot with Astral Aim. I think he's just planning for an Edict right now, is I think what's going on. Even though I don't think he needs it, right? You keep the Psy Cannon still, for sure, so you don't get -1 to hit. And you just pop one random dude out to smite and then Edict him back in. I don't know. PHX Goose, TFC are probably now properly costed for 8th edition, still under costed for 9th. That's probably true. Although I have a feeling that we see a lot less at the infantry that they want to shoot at. So I think the meta might actually just push them out.
Okay.
The psychic focus of has gone. Well, the rule doesn't exist, right? But the I have to imagine that it becomes it's like the Tau Overwatch rule, right? It gets eroded into the factions independently. I can't imagine for a second that Grey Knights and Thousand Suns won't be able to ignore that ability in 9th.
What is your deny? Is the so I can't get out of range.
Shooting minimum infantry squads is a lot more valuable now too, since you deny secondaries. Yeah, and there's also the secondaries where you can get kill more, right? Which is also good to kill like random small units.
Speed. Fully within, I think.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to get all these guys in. Yikes, that's scary.
Unit.
Yeah, just
It's not letting you in. Allowed in.
Collider.
Get out.
But like the whole unit has to be within, right? For behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
Okay, going to the psychic phase.
The psychic phase is happening. Ooh, he's left the orange squad out here.
I'm gonna do gain a CP.
No,
first.
don't do that. Oh. Does it?
Off with my +2.
Oh, orange squad. I don't like that at all. Yikes.
So let's do
Gives
some
him more
smites
redundancy
next.
on his
Smite
smites, but it
from
makes that squad so
orange.
likely to be killed.
Onto the Discord. I mean the con goes off on a 5, but I take perils.
So that's the perils. That's from these guys.
Perils.
Yeah.
So does he just get to pull the
How
guy
many
who's
smites have you got?
out in line of sight?
Smite from
That's
them.
This
amazing.
guy. Maybe this guy. Yeah, this guy's sit there.
Yeah, engineers is well. The issue with engineers, Sam, it's usually good into the Lords of Skulls list, but the issue is that you have to engineer here. At least on the if you're going to deploy the engineers, and then the Lords of Skulls just kill them, right? Like the one dude who's over here is like boom boom.
Considering a deny here, what
The other option
what
is
spells
to
have these guys
drop
got?
engineers to the side
Corner?
objectives,
No,
but then you don't
sorry.
score it until at least turn 3.
Gateway up and smite.
Plus those units can't do anything.
You can gate them.
You can gate themselves, yeah.
They can gate themselves.
Oh, he's got
Okay,
gate
that's
on
a
that
slight
unit.
problem.
That's good.
I mean, it's an easy deny, so I might as well try it. Try and deny it.
Okay.
Nope.
And then you take.
3. Unless you want to spend the CP.
I could kill the squad. It's interesting. I know you're pulling from the front anyway, so worked in your. It's unlikely to happen. Oh, I don't want to use it.
Okay, so I take the D3. Take one, which will be the front.
And he pulls the side cannon. Amazing.
I'll do the brother captain next.
It's like exactly how I
So his
envisioned
goes
it.
off.
Just how we drew it
Yeah.
up. We should plan everyone. Go get him, side cannon guy. Just kill yourself out in the middle of nowhere. Amazing. So ping for 4 off this thing. We're gonna use
Happened there, sorry.
Iron Within.
Brother captain smite, so before damage on this guy.
Okay. I'm gonna Iron Within here.
Yep,
Funny
yep,
enough,
we're gonna
see
do
if
it.
I can save any wounds on these.
You need to save 2 smites probably though.
It'll be a second smite from.
I got yeah.
We've got one more smite.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd have to save a lot of those 6-ups. Yeah,
I
think we're gonna
don't.
do it. It's potentially 8 damage, and you have to make half of them.
I'd have to take 2. I'd have to save
alive.
too many. I don't think I'm
Yeah,
going to
too
save him,
much.
to be honest. And then you're just going to shoot at him anyway, so it's not really a problem. So no, that's fine.
Okay. Paladins will smite next. So that's Sim dead.
Unless he can deny.
Yeah, I'll see if he blows.
Is the MOP too far away?
Oh, he goes.
Oh, he already denied the 1, I guess. And there you go. 1 down. We did it. We did it.
Okay. Next I'll do Astrolabe.
Yeah, the difference, Sam, is that the Grey Knights usually the game plan is to give your opponent nothing to shoot for as long as possible. Because the Grey Knights don't have that issue. They can see through walls. Like, they don't care where the enemy is, realistically. So having to move out to grab those engineer points, I think, is
I'll do Edict.
too risky for Grey Knights, and especially since their least expensive unit is 85 points.
Which goes off. It says move and shoot. So you shoot at this girl, I think.
Not all of them are closer. The tip of this model.
Yeah.
Closer to some of these.
Yeah. I think it's like I have to be like on these 2 ranks. And then 19.
It's 16.9. 20. So it's literally these 2.
It'll be like the 2 behind.
This one. The 2 behind again. Gonna be the tip of his model. 7. I guess the 2 behind would be able to, but yeah, it's fine.
Behind the door, because basically these guys are all in line.
Oh, unless
the brims are closer to this dude.
You also have to split some shots to kill those brims as well. I think you can't afford not to.
The brimstones are closer to those ones, so it's only gonna be stones. Team.
Yeah, so trying to pick off the Rafters to get up those
got one
100
guy.
points for Headstrong. She has only 4 wounds.
Alright.
And just added the T3 with a 5-up demon save. But
so we'd like these 2 guys, right? It's like this guy
could
and
be
this
a little
guy.
awkward to take her out with just side cannons.
Which guy?
So this guy and then the guy like directly in line behind. So these guys.
That guy there.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna be closer to them, I think.
Like 21. And then she's only like 19.
Okay, so yeah, so with them then.
Then I'll shoot Do I just shoot everything else into these brims? I guess that's way overkill. So I guess I'll shoot, these two into her. The rest of the side cannons into the Lord of Skulls, and all the other bolters will shoot these brims.
Seems pretty reasonable. That's going to get him 2 kills this turn, probably. Or not enough for a kill more, because
so this is
he lost 1, 2, 3,
cannon into the go.
4.
This reroll the 1 because of boulders.
But it will get him a hold more for holding 2 versus 1 if he's able to kill those brimstones, which I assume he won't have trouble with.
2 wounds, -1, but demon.
Wound.
Takes 2 damage. One bullet.
Yeah, if he'd swapped the tide back, I think he would have killed her right there.
She only T4.
Maybe a bit of a misplay from Headstrong because he could swap. He can effectively swap back for freezies the next turn. I think he was expecting to get more stuff in range, so he wouldn't have to do it.
And then I got the.
Oh, okay. No, we got her with the bolters. Never mind.
Into the Lord of
Hey, all right.
Skulls.
Well, we got our first headhunter on the board for Headstrong. That's good. Kind of doubt that we see many more. Maybe we get the Lord Discordant over the rest of the course of the game, but the other characters are going to be hiding behind these impenetrable Lords of Skulls.
5's the wound. I'm on the shooting tide. Just 3, -1. Just 1 damage as well.
No cover.
Yeah, not cover because of Astral. So you take
Okay,
1.
1 goes through. How much damage?
Just 1.
1.
And then I got 20 shots into the.
I turned 25. I do believe Cryogen owns this list in real life, but that said, it doesn't really matter. That's
It's a brimstone.
It's the beauty of TTS.
Yeah,
is
these
you
are
can play
into the
whatever
2
you
brims
want.
on the objective.
Okay, cool. They're dead.
Goodbye, Brims. There you go. There's the hold more for Headstrong. This turn working out pretty well, and they're going to pop back into the ruin. Yeah, we may see a hard swing here, Sam. That said, the Lords of Skulls, I mean, they've lost all their forward presence. They have to start moving up the table, and that could bring them into position to get punched by the Paladins. We'll see how it goes. I think Headstrong, he lost too much that last turn, but I don't think he's out of the game yet. He already has a lead, and he has so much board presence with his, with the ability to gate. He can keep popping his Terminators or his strikes around to objectives where he needs it to grab those hold mores. Don't forget the rest of your psychic phase, though, bud.
Do I need to do any buffs? Can't see these dudes. You don't have any more denies, right?
Again, sorry?
You don't have any more denies?
Any more what, sorry? Oh, sorry, you cut out again.
Sorry, you don't have any more denies left, right? You only have the 1.
No, I'm out of denial.
Okay.
All right. Well, here come the Terminis. I wonder if we see them pop back here.
This guy keeps
Although I think that guy can still, grab him. That's what.
But at least they're giving me the behind enemy lines point this turn. Yeah, these guys are just going to gate themselves. It goes off.
+1 to cast for Grey Knights doing mad work. Don't make sure you don't get within an inch of the wall there, bud, and you just get charged. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think this guy is going to be able to pop around the corner and see them. Although the trees may be a bit of a problem for him. Dark Side UKSF, thanks for the subscription. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with us. Someone showed up at a local RTT in my area with 3 KOLS recently.
It's going to be my turn.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward list. Unfortunately, I will say I don't think it takes a lot of brain power to play, but obviously Cryogen is doing it well because he does have to play one of the hardest matchups for the list.
Big game.
And he's giving it his
all.
all. And there's Headstrong going up to 10, up on Cryogen now. But that was sort of Headstrong's load there blown onto the onto that 1K LOS. The other one's undamaged entirely. So they're going to start running around the table, not really a care in the world. And the Grey Knights have to be able to win on primaries here.
Okay. I'm getting close to mathing this out because I don't think you're just going to keep denying me points. Which I can do. A feeling I should have been more aggressive with my after your turn too. So
looks like we may be at a talk out here. We'll see what the players decide. Trying to make up a 10-point deficit is very difficult. We do have to remember that Cryogen has a bunch of points wrapped up in ground control, but he's scored none of his other secondaries. I am a little shocked, to be honest, that he committed so hard to this side of the table, because as soon as you play conservatively with the Lord of Skulls that was deployed here, it opens this play up for the Grey Knight player. Whereas if you push this Lord of Skulls out right here, you get your screens out, and you're ready to go on turn one. If you just deploy that Lord of Skulls on the line right here and say, I'm ready for you. As soon as anything comes into that L, I'm going to shoot it. That play is a lot more dangerous for the Grey Knight player, and they can't make it quite as easily as they did. And as it stood, that Lord of Skulls deployed there and stayed there and then moved backwards. So this Paladin unit gets to sit here and do its thing all game. Cryogen was able to pick up 2 strike squads, 2 Paladin squads for his trouble, or 1.5 Paladin squads with that move. But it does make those Paladins, or Terminator squads, Terminator squads.
Up there to even shoot at you.
But it makes it difficult to lock the Paladins down at that point, and they get to just do their thing all day, which is what they do.
For the charge. Six in that unit, right?
Yep. I expect these guys just to be dead. They just got me that point.
Yeah, I understand that. Only trouble is I need to push up the board.
Yeah,
this takes all my buffs away from them. So guess I just have to Demon Forge into them. It's like literally my only play because I can't do anything other than move him up and try and charge into them.
Yeah,
the charge.
Have them back, but that's a good opening.
But I didn't expect to accidentally kill one with the perils, so and there was bad placement of the Enrapturous as well. Probably swung this turn in the other direction, but never mind.
An important thing to note here, though, is that we're at the point of the game where Headstrong has basically killed all of the things that are easy to kill on the table. He might be able to get these Brimstones this turn,
in advance on the
but
and see how far
I think
it
it's
goes.
unlikely if Cryogen runs them away, which is, I think, the play he needs to make. And even with all the smites in the shooting, I don't think he can kill this Lord of Skulls in one go.
Okay.
He can hit it.
That's something at least.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 smites, maybe 6, which is even at the maximum, assuming there's no dour duty, or no Auron within, excuse me. That's only 24 wounds, so that doesn't even kill it. And then he also has to shoot it to death with no support, so he has to roll a bunch of 5s and stuff. So he might be able to do it if everything goes Headstrong's way, but as it stands, looks a little awkward. Bobby Hall says the Grey Knights aren't bad. Do you realize that Grey Knights aren't sisters, Bobby? I don't know if you've realized that yet. They're in fact a different faction.
A disco will come up. Yeah.
So here comes the push across the table. Everything's going to be hitting the Lord of Skulls to blast it. I, for one, I'll say it now. I'm happy not to be streaming sisters, to be streaming something different. Because we saw a lot of sisters over the last week or two. And we got some different matchups in here. I do like seeing Grey Knights on the table.
Advance on the disco.
Gate of Infinity makes the game interesting and fun. And it's fun to watch, because obviously they have a lot of options available to them.
It doesn't really do anything for him, to be fair. I'll probably just leave him now. Okay. Even Prince will advance.
Can these guys like advance and charge or anything, or just?
They can't.
Okay.
Might probably, I might leave the disco back.
That is A-okay.
I can't even bonus. I can't bonus. It's stupid to do. And I don't think there's any point, because unless I get 3 characters on the objectives, I can't bonus, can I?
I think it's hold 4, correct?
No, it's 3.
I thought it was it was hold
3 with characters,
with
or
characters.
4 without character, maybe.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So just leave.
I believe that there's an alternative bonus
there
point
or
for this
something.
one. Let's take a look.
Do I need the Prince forward as well? Help in this shit.
Oh yeah, sorry, it is just a 3 with a character.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I didn't start attacking them. Yeah, that'll have to do.
Okay.
So, Ike, card sign, cast Cursed Earth. We're gonna try and deny, but whatever.
Sam, it has to be
Even
different
go
objectives.
off, don't care.
It can't be the same objective.
I
You have to have
cast
character
Infernal
models on 3
Power.
different objectives.
Let's go off.
I will try and deny. Need to D6. Goes off.
And then I'm going to fire him entirely into these and Demon Forge.
Okay.
I have seen that Insane Bravery is once per game. I'm kind of curious by that choice, since morale doesn't seem to have that much of an effect, but it is what it is.
So yeah, it just explodes on the wounds. So that's how that explodes.
And then 3 more.
Yeah.
Roll in. Oh, and re-roll in. Yeah.
12. 3 ups. 1 left.
Well, both dead, and then the I-Core to go. 6 shots for the I-Core cannon. 2. These. Then. Roll in. 1 minus 4.
Oh, goes through.
Ugh, is it worth attempting to reroll?
D3 damage.
Oh, is it D3?
Or D3.
No, I need a 5. I'm just thinking if I reroll
Yeah.
a 33% chance, or a safety.
Oh, yeah.
It
Yeah.
would be super.
And at this stage, I think you've already won, mate, so you don't need to. But
I think I will re-roll it, just because.
Non-zero chance that guy also runs
If he
away,
lives,
right? He lost 5. It's a 4+ for him to leave. He makes a save with the reroll. Okay, we're still on the board for Headstrong here, potentially denying a kill. That's a big deal. Does Terminator
guess I'll
stand up?
attempt
Stood
to
up to a lot more than I
charge
expected, I guess.
into him.
Yeah, I think Headstrong expected to lose this squad, I think. So he's definitely in range
Is this
to
the
charge that
charge?
Say again?
Sorry, is this the charge roll?
All the skulls.
Okay, yeah. That's just double checking. Sorry.
guy. Oop.
I'm CP
it's not gonna
reroll the
do it.
1 because it's my last chance to do anything this game.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Another.
There you
4
go
inch.
with a
Oh,
10.
yeah.
He
Boom.
makes
Get
it
on in there, big
Thank
boy.
fuck for that.
Boop.
Alright, I'm gonna pick him up, and you're in power range, so it's all good.
GG, Strike Squad. There you go. Well, that forces some play from
Cool.
Headstrong in order to
I
block
guess
the hold
that
more
was my
if he wants
turn.
to.
And then when he's finished, he's going to consolidate slightly. Oh, that was clutch. That.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll see if they run away.
do you
Though.
100% passing morale, I guess?
I lost 5. Oh no, he's not 100%. I lost 5, so
Yeah.
on a 4. And then reroll with Space Marine.
Oh, he runs! No.
Well, fair enough. So maybe that's.
Ooh, that CP for no reason. Yeah. 25% that guy leaves even after the
Terminator.
save there. Ooh.
Okay. Gotta deal with this big boy.
Yeah, that was obnoxious for Headstrong. That turns him off of his behind enemy lines, I think. I don't know if he has any more gators on the table. He must have one gate inside these groups. Do they have their powers? No. Lame. We must have one gate guy somewhere, but anything that drops back will get killed by the Lord of Skulls in the back here. I don't know if that changes the game significantly, but it does make it a little harder for Headstrong. Still leads the game by 8 points, which is quite a bit. Cryogen looking to grab 3, I think, on ground control. Next turn will be the Hope if he just jumps basically Lords of Skulls and characters over here and dominates these 3 to try to grab those with ground control, putting him up to 12 potentially. He'll most likely kill and hold next turn up to 14. And he needs to deal a ton of damage to these Paladins at some point. But I think Headstrong making the right play. He cannot commit those Paladins too early because of those Gangbuster points on the table for Cryogen. That's how he comes back in this game. Is he has a big turn and gets a bunch of Gangbuster points. But Headstrong knows that, and that's why those Paladins haven't come out to play. So I think all he needs to do is keep them in the building. He can charge them in next turn if he can kill the Lord of Skulls. He's going to pop 1 out to try to get a smite, and then go ahead and edict them back in.
20 wounds from smites, and I need to ping off the last.
But I think it's unlikely that you kill that Lord of Skulls. And no CP to buff the guns either. It's a little awkward.
Great. I could go for a charge. But if I'm charge, am I just going to die?
Yes.
Go on, do it.
I think that's the only way I lose is if I give up all 4 Gangbuster points. I think
yeah, Headstrong noting the same thing that we are.
The truth is, if I don't kill him, he's just he could just get into my brother character.
I mean, if you are going to hide, I'm happy to math it out. If you want to have some fun, them in to you. If you're hiding, there's nothing. You're just denying me and get to you.
Yeah, I probably just denied. I would go for the charge if this was like a 4th pod, but this will be like my 3rd pod win, so it just basically guarantees me top 16. So, but if this is like another pod, I'd probably just go balls to the wall where I don't care about score.
Corn's disappointed.
Because I'll get hold, get my last big game.
Yeah, it is a low-scoring game, but that's kind of how Green Knights do in 2020, especially. They'll get a lot of mid-20s wins. Clarkify finished pod 21, 26-24. Oh boy, that is a close one.
The psychic phase.
Just try winning harder. There you go. Some free advice.
Gain a CP. Gain a CP.
That's sad. I do think we could see this Lord of Skulls just bullet right up the table. And try to get a charge on these characters and kill them. 4 Headhunter points, pretty much the same as getting all the Gangbuster points.
I'll save it for the hits. So I'm going to then do a smite with the Paladins. Goes off on a 5.
Torn, that's a free sample of my coaching. Get good.
Might as well. Was that's a low cast?
Okay. Brother Captain was my next. Take 4 damage. Tower Duty or Duty Eternal, whatever it is.
How many smites have you got?
I've got 4, so it'll be 16 damage.
So one hasn't gone off.
Yeah, and then I got these 4 characters. They're all going to sign.
I'll just fuck it. I'll just take it.
Okay.
I'm not going to do any sixes. So
Next, I'll do Voldus. 4 more. Librarian with the Matrix. 4 more, and then do the Librarian. So 16 total.
Oof, down to 12. But I don't think that's low enough that these guys are going to be able to shoot it to death.
Next, I'll do Astral Aim from Voldus.
Do we change the tide here? Maybe? To try to buff those side cannons up. Get some +1 to win, +1 damage, which is pretty good. But then next turn you have to change it back somehow, so that's
He'll do Sanctuary.
questionable. No CP for Psi ammo, unfortunately, Glarg. Down to 1 for the Grey Knights. Hasn't been able to Psi ammo since turn 3, I think. Or turn 2. He burned everything turn 3 to knock the first Lord of Skulls down.
Gonna change the tide. Go Shooting Tide.
I think that 1 CP was from the psychic power already. I think that was the first one they cast. But Cryogen also has the 2 CP for Dour Duty, Iron Within. As soon as you declare that Cybolt damage or the Psychic Onslaught shot.
So Gate. Oh no, he did. He's on 3. Put a captain to his one. CP gain. Okay. So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend 1 CP for the shard guy. He's gonna do another spell. He's gonna do the move and shoot power. Reroll with the Suntic Shard. Get out of here, double 1.
Ooh!
Oh boy.
I didn't catch what he was
So,
casting,
make
though.
the 2 with the thing. I think I still fail. That's kind of big.
Oh, that was Edict.
Yeah, so that fails.
Is he out of Psychics now? I don't think so, right? He's got
okay.
one more.
Going
just
to the
dig?
shooting phase.
Uh-oh.
Paladin's gonna shoot into.
We failed the...
Swords.
we failed the Edict, so the Paladins are just hanging out there? Oh, dear.
AP1 stuff, is it?
AP1, 2 damage.
How bad is
I'll
that?
try saving a few more wounds. I'll
Opens them up to
I'll
get
duty here.
charged
Okay.
or shot.
It's gonna be hitting on 3s. Reroll 1s.
At least they're it's fully buffed in and cover, so the shooting might not do anything. Maybe you just go in with the charge and you hope to super turbo blast them.
We put his shooting fire.
Yeah. Shooting for tide. So that's 4 damage.
Even matter anyway. But yeah.
Then I got the Storm Bolters.
Spell.
So that might open up Cryogen to grab those victory points or the Gangbuster points. I mean, if he can max his Gangbuster and Headhunter, he can get right back in this game and potentially win.
The one.
He has to. I don't know if both of those are possible though.
And I'll just shoot all the characters at the same time. Well, that Stormbolt is
probably doesn't
some
have
chance.
the damage output to kill everyone through their invulnerables, but the Lord of Skulls in melee is gross. Yeah, that's Astral Aim in action there, Torin. You can shoot through walls. Down to 7 on that Lord of Skulls.
Well, okay, it's my turn.
Just barely doesn't bring it to its bottom bracket, although it wouldn't
hold,
matter
kill,
because
kill them
Cryogen
all.
would end up repairing that. Just hold for Headstrong Cryogen, closing the gap. Failing that edict makes this a tight game now, actually. Because if things go
Yeah,
very
last
poorly
night
for
game.
Headstrong, it could swing right back around. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, this is exciting.
What defensive buffs have the Paladins got on them at the moment?
Sanctuary. So they just have that extra invuln.
You've got their extra invuln if they.
Yeah, just the Sanctuary buff.
Cheers. This is a Paladin here.
Yep, he popped out so he could smite.
So I can shoot at them.
Yes, you can shoot it with one unit until he gets pulled.
I imagine he's going to get picked up first.
You know it.
Right, so which ones you pick up? Right. He'll heal 1 wound, so he's got 7-inch movement.
So, yeah, looking for what's likely a 6-inch charge if we don't shoot those guys. Big decision for Cryogen. How he can maximize his points here and potentially swing back in this game. He has to keep in mind that he can't forget about ground control either, though. He wants to be on 3 of those objectives and still get all his buffs out, and I think this positioning might just spread him too thin. Torn. I wonder if I think it's the I think it's charging because you're not worried about the in melee penalty. But I think it depends on what buffs you get in range. If this guy can make a big run roll and move 18, he can get there, and you may be able to get the Crimson Crown aura in. But it actually looks really far now that I'm looking at it. So he may end up just shooting to grab the points that he can. And maybe trying a charge on the characters to pick up headhunters. But it's a long charge for sure. And it is awkward. Like, trying to grab that ground control is really weird because he wants to probably like run the MOP into the objective here, into the building where he's relatively safe, and then put the disco on this objective. But that spreads, like I said, spreading out the buffs so far. You know, if you have the MOP here, the disco there, the Demon Prince probably wants to jump over. If all those things are so spread out, none of them are going to be in range of a Lord of Skulls that's sitting right here. So it's a big decision to make for Cryogen.
So I'm going to go to the toilet real quick.
Yeah, no worries, man. Wait till he comes back. I'm sticking, isn't it? Know what I'm going to do here. On his card.
Yeah, I'm not sure time's going to be a big factor here, even if Headstrong has a bunch of stuff to resolve on his turn. I think
I'm back.
he only has a couple models to do it. So he should be fine. This is very stressful. Cryogen potentially in a position to swing the game around, but
Absolute.
I'm not sure. He basically needs everything to go.
Demon Prince is going to
and I'm not sure
here.
that Matt, sort of logistically on the table, he has enough to do it.
I'm advancing the Prince.
Yep, so good.
Oh, not me.
Yeah, only a 2. That's not good. I don't know if you can afford to spend that CP to reroll. Maybe you want that for a Demon Forge. A 6 would have been good.
Let's see. I was thinking, let's charge those and stay with him. Right?
He's going to double one the charge.
I'd need a longer. I'm going to CP reroll that as it's probably my only chance to do it.
Okay.
All right, spending it on the advance roll. Oh, into the same number.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Oh, what is
That's
going
too
on?
bad.
In that case, however many of those die, I'm still to your characters regardless. Thing. Might be over. What's it? Who's here? He moves up to what? Here? Range. Yeah. He has an advance, so I technically could move him around a bit. I'm just looking and seeing what else I could do. So
That was your last CP, right, for the reroll?
that's my last CP. Yeah, I fucked up, but never mind. I needed to see if I could get him close enough for him to make a charge. He's moved 7 inches off of here, so I'm considering whether to move him out. If I kill enough paladins, I might be able to shoot some characters, I guess. So if he moves,
Sounds like this might be a play for points from Cryogen.
to
Because you can only possibly kill 2 characters with the Lord
stay
of
on the
Skulls
objective,
shooting.
though, that's the only
So
thing.
the question mark is whether the first Lord of Skulls here shoots into the Paladins and kills the first row of them,
I'd have to
basically,
objective.
opening this one
My
up
only
to
thing
shoot
would be
into the
because you rolled the
characters, but
advance
I
on the
think it
Demon
would
Prince,
be...
like this kind of changes the line of play.
Yeah, but I haven't advanced on him. I can do. I'd like obviously to finalise it. If I'd advanced on him, I'd agree with that. There was no advance going on him, so like obviously I could have done it the other way around.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, realistically...
If I'd done an advance on him, I completely agree. But I haven't done an advance on this guy. I'd want to shoot him anyway.
Cryogen probably moving
It's me
too
mathing
quickly
out
with
which
his Lord
way
of
I'm going to
Skulls
go.
here. You can proxy base that out, and
Oops,
I guess
missed.
kind of philosophically that's what Cryogen is
A lot of
assuming he's doing, but
paladins.
you should do that before you move them
I
all.
think that's going to be my best shot because I don't think I'm going to kill many in combat anyway. These guys are just going to join this dude. Yeah, I should have copied it, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. You let me move my Voldus back one time. It's like Spider-Man says, everyone gets one.
It's like Spider-Man says, indeed.
Behind the guy, I don't think he'll be able to get in smite range. So was he taking any wounds? Move him to here instead. So I'll cast my spells, so I'm going to cast power, which is the only one that matters. Is off on a 7. You can deny it because you're out of range.
Yeah, Chad, this
This
is just a sort of sloppy play between from the players, or from Cryogen specifically.
Yep.
He should have just rolled that advance first before he moves the Lord of Skulls, because that informs his play.
So
The movement on the Lord of Skulls,
that's the only thing that matters. I
did
don't really
move
care
it,
about anything
but
else. So I'm just going to fire
he can pre-measure that movement.
both of his guns into.
So it's sort of a
Paladin,
nebulous area from a
I
sportsmanship
guess.
standpoint. And then that situation, I'll let the players talk it out, and if there's a disagreement, I'll step in. But in this case, I think both of them are...
Risk the
have a leg to
disco
stand on.
shooting him because he might accidentally kill that guy on the outside. So
I do think that it's not the
Be the
correct
dream.
play,
it would be annoying for me.
or the correct way to play for sure, but sometimes.
I'm going to shoot the
everything
Ichor cannon first.
Okay.
D3 weapon. Got 3 wins each on these guys, right?
Yep.
6 shots. Russian start. So do it on 2s, rerolling 1s. Definitely a promising start. He's Okay, so lost 4 there somehow.
Okay.
Uh,
4 ups.
Yeah, I mean, you
Damage
can't
apiece.
do a normal move and then decide to advance in an 8th either. And that wasn't the issue in this case. In this case, the issue was that
This
Cryogen
guy
he moved
kills
the Lord
one.
of Skulls to a
Unbiased.
position where it could have moved to, and then
Oh my
made a
god.
dice roll
How did
and
that
elected to
happen?
change the Lord of Skulls position. No new, like, there was
Okay,
no
so the
information gained from the
Hades
Lord of Skull moving,
is going into him.
and
Oh.
it didn't move to a position where it
Was a promising start, but it fell on its face.
it could not have moved without performing a different action or anything like that. So Rose, on the purest form, Cryogen should move the Lord of Skulls first. And if we were playing a perfect game of 40k, he would do that. He's making an alternative legal play without sort of information gains that he could not have had before.
So 2s.
So it's a question of sportsmanship, I think, at that point.
Okay. Awesome.
And at this, I think at this sort of level of enforcement, I don't know if it makes sense to constantly call people on that all the time. But he should have moved the Demon Prince first at the end of the day.
Oh, that's average. Yeah.
Sam,
minus
when
2,
you
2
advance,
damage.
you roll a dice and add it to your
3
movement
ups.
when you make your move in the movement phase. So people who move and then roll and then move again are technically cheating.
So kills the guy on 2, kills 1.
Most of the time it doesn't matter, but if you like advance one model and then decide that another model would have advanced, now knowing the results of the roll, that is cheating. As soon as any new information that wasn't known before is revealed, then you can't change your line of play, basically.
So pull this guy. I don't think he'll charge me anyway, but just in case. This guy a good one.
So I do think.
Guessing I didn't make it to get within range.
Let's see. He's killed 4, so that's at least 2 ground control points or 2 gangbuster points. He can't hit the characters though, so he's gonna get probably 1 on ground control because I think this guy's gonna die to all the spikes.
I needed to kill a few more.
And then Cryogen gets kill more, hold more, probably.
Got any gangbusters there?
2 gangbusters.
And
so
that
not
was
enough
kind
though.
of, I think, maybe a worst case scenario for Cryogen. I think he should have gone for the charge.
2 gangbusters.
Or to try to hit a character with the melee weapons.
Kill 1. I don't get ground control, do I? That's the end of the game.
End of the game.
Got another turn.
Kill this guy.
I can't charge anything. I think am I outside of.
So I think Cryogen on 14 at the end there, and then Headstrong probably going to get
Yeah, I think he's too far.
kill more, hold more for 4.
He can't get there. He's not getting in. And the paladins are obviously behind the wall, so he'd have to go
and
around.
maybe he bounces the character to the back to get behind enemy lines if he cares.
Yeah, that'll be me.
25.
All right, just tomorrow for the paladins. I can use 1 on a 6. Should 9. No, they're good.
Yeah, it's even.
How many wounds does the Master of Possession have? Is it 5 with the
5.
Insidious?
5, yeah.
Oh, maybe we're looking for a cheeky deep strike and try to pop in.
Did perils once, but I CP'd out of it.
Daisel Alex 414. Thanks for the subscription. Thanks for popping in. The issue is that like the Lords of Skulls just kill everything that they see, right? So it's not even normal, like the normal level of Grey Knight points denial. Because we've watched Headstrong play in the past, and he's an aggressive player. Like he will straight up put people in your face and charge you with them and try to roll 9s. You know, he's gonna soup up Terminator squads and throw them across the table. But if you do that against Lord of Skulls, you just lose. So I think it's a combination of the Grey Knights
Let's do the super safe.
playing for the points denial game, which they're
same
obviously
point
very
we do
consistent and
behind
good at,
the
and but also the extreme damage output of the Lord of Skulls list makes it impossible to engage into. So Headstrong played it correctly. I mean, the correct play is to
All right, I'll
is
move
to
in
hang
case
out
gate doesn't go off.
and chill in the back and not let the Lords of Skulls use their extreme damage output to totally blast you. I feel like playing against Grey Knights always feels bad. That's the Lord of Skulls list is degenerate, yeah. Yeah, Grey Knights, it is. It's a fun army to play, I will say. I mean, I have a Grey Knight army and I enjoy playing it. It's very cerebral, and you have to basically play perfectly in order to win consistently. But boy, oh boy, is it probably an NPE for your opponent. Not being able to attack anything for most of the game, I think, throws a lot of people off. And it's definitely a different kind of 40k. You have to approach it entirely differently than you normally do. And I think Cryogen came at it with the right mindset. The issue is that, I mean, it's the rights of banishment, I think, screw him so hard. He can play a perfect game, but at the end of the day, the Grey Knights are going to pick up a Lord of Skulls for free.
First.
And they're, you have to be in a position to be able to reciprocate and punish them for that. And I don't think Cryogen was ever in that position.
From that guy.
It's also interesting that rights of banishment is the one thing that sort of positively interacts with Lord of Skull keywords.
Can you smite anything else? Because you might as well roll it, but he's going to go, isn't he? So.
Yeah, well, when I gate the paladins, they can smite. Well, you're not in range of these dudes anyway, but anyway, I'll smite.
I can't stop it from
because
happening,
I say that because the Lords of Skulls are demons, so they are affected by. There you go. Well, they are affected by all of the buffs, but they are also affected by rights of banishment, and they're not a chaos demon unit, so they don't get to come back to life after you kill them with rights of banishment. With demonic incursion.
Sanctuary. I'll do Armored Resilience. Goes off.
What does that do?
Just minus one to wound.
I mean, are you planning on charging me?
Yeah, boy.
That doesn't matter there, bud.
Okay.
He's two headhunters. Easy.
Oh, he might be popping in the back. I mean, you don't need points. That's right. I guess he's he's just doing it for show at this point. We're gonna try to gate these guys. Yeah, there it goes. Why? Why, chat? Is there a way this could go horribly, terribly wrong for him? I
reckon you should charge the skulls.
Yeah, he loses hold more, right? Like, at least he gets his behind enemy lines, and he gets 1 to 2 headhunters probably. So, like, I mean, I get the math, right? But you don't need it. This is the finals of the event. You win regardless. You'll get your 130 standings points. I guess you probably get a little bit of a bump if you for your battle points. But I don't think scoring another 2 points is enough to risk it for the biscuit. Let's head. I don't think it could go super.
I'm only doing this because behind enemy lines and hold more is like the same amount of points. So
he could lose if he somehow loses 2 gangbuster points. He's down by 4, and if he loses the kill more, he's still up by 2, right? So, I think worst case scenario, he's still up by 2.
This guy T5
seems silly though.
+5.
The Lord of Skulls are not characters. You can't intervene with them. No. Oh my God, could you imagine? Intervine. Yeah, you cannot intervene with them. Or intervene? Is that what it is? Yeah, Jess. No, unfortunate. Unfortunate, you can't intervene.
Um,
with the Lords of Schools.
Alright, they're going to do a smite. into the possession.
Who does that go into?
It's going to go into the master of possession.
Could you imagine
1 wound.
if you could
He's a demon,
if
right?
you could
With the
intervene with those
Insidium, so
idiots? Oh
before-
my god.
Fortunately, he does that to himself. So
Divinity intervention. How cool is Gate of Infinity as a spell, though? Like, these paladins popped out, like, shot their psychic mind bullets or whatever. Got the buffs, ported to the other side of the table to shoot.
I'm going to go in.
And then get to charge? Like, that's so cool. Nobody's got to melee yet, Jess. We haven't made any melee attacks in this.
Oh, so it goes off.
I have it queued up though. I hope these guys
go to
get
the shooting
into melee.
phase. I'm going to shoot Master of Possessions with the 2 side cannons and the Stormbolter from this guy.
I don't know if all of them can shoot him.
No, yeah, it's just these 2 side cannons and then this guy.
These 2.
Yeah, two side cannons and this guy. I mean, characters can't screen for characters, right? So,
the Discordant
Yeah,
absolutely
does.
can screen for the Master of Possession.
yeah. Well, I think they're all close or equidistant anyway. So.
Yeah, no, that's I just wanted to make sure of.
So yeah, 2 side cannons hitting on 4s.
I should have had a pew pew sound effect for these side cannon shooting though. Mistakes were made.
Wound on 3s.
It's that heavy weapon rule coming into play for the side
-1.
cannons pretty hardcore. Ooh.
2.
4 ups.
What's the AP?
Just -1 on the side cannons.
Oh, he dies. Goodbye, Master of Possession.
-1.
My Master.
Yep, mop goes splat.
Okay.
That is the sound that mops make.
Then I'm gonna do charge. I guess.
Yeah. Charge. Where's my
I'm
slash?
gonna charge the Disco Lord.
No, did I close it?
I'll just Overwatch then, I guess.
Yes.
Wounds -1.
Just remind him about how the line of sight rules
Kills
work.
guy.
Damage.
It kills this guy.
Enough to get a 3rd. Or not.
Just constantly
Nah,
ask him how
that'd
line
be
of sight
5
in 8th edition
dead,
works.
so you need to kill
Just
one
every
more.
time.
So 1 dies in combat. Alright. Need
What's
a
that?
9.
Oh,
If he
you
bosses
measure from
his-
any point of the model for line of sight?
And I'm in!
Oh, they did it!
First combat
I have
of
to
the
go find
game.
my slash. Shit,
Oh, actually,
mistakes were made. Mistakes were
guy
made,
go
chat. No, I can't believe I closed it. Why did I do such a thing to myself? It's okay, you can see the couch from the bed. Can any part of the couch? Is that how it works?
like, how is that a 7? Like, what's this game doing?
It's measuring over the barrier that you guys have left in there. Here we go, we're back. Yes. Slash.
Okay, Pollen's. I'm just gonna stay inside the deployment. Stay an inch away from the door of schools.
There's the slash hits.
And then I'll do my last CPU, +1 to hit.
Oh, I don't have the soundboard on this one. I have the soundboard on the
4 staves and a half.
on Twitch. Speaking of which,
I'll do the 4 staves.
we'll be live on Twitch probably about 30 minutes after this game ends. John and I will be playing some 9th edition.
Hitting
Now
on
that the rules
twos.
are out, we're going to be guesstimating some points cost and playing a game. Probably
Okay.
Tyranids versus Space Marines. I think it's going to be good.
what's your
We're going to see
toughness,
how our
6?
lists work in 9th ed.
So I'm winning on 4s, reroll because you're a demon. Okay. That's 10.
EAP.
-1. -1.
Just warning status on this guy. So on 3s. 3 go through?
Go through.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He cannot die.
D3s. So he takes
Slash
3,
him up.
4,
Get
5,
Gangbuster
6,
points there,
7.
bud.
And then the
Oh, 4 went through? Okay, no, he's okay.
All hit. This guy's wounded on 5s.
I don't think coherency affects the Gene Stealers that
Just
much,
the
Sam.
one, -2 though.
I do think melee range affects the Gene Stealers a bunch. And I'm not sure if I'll be playing Gene Stealers in this game. I'll probably play them and just see how it goes. But man,
There's
I'm
one
not
wound.
going to play Gene Stealers in 9th edition. I think that they are unplayable garbage now.
Let's hit you with Death to the False Emperor,
Will,
Crimson
thanks for the
Crown
subscription.
as well. See how that works.
Oh man,
So,
this guy's about to go ham.
attacks. Got charged.
Watch Headstrong loses behind enemy lines here.
In on 2s.
See, Dwelly, the new rule is that if you are
One Death to the
you
False
can attack
Emperor.
in melee either if you're within an inch of an enemy, or within half of an inch of someone who is within half of an inch of an enemy, instead of within an inch of an enemy.
Do we have a red dice over here? It
So
can't be a
in
Crimson
8th Ed,
Crown.
you could quad chain, so you could swing with 4 ranks deep on 25 mils. Now you can only ever get 2 ranks of any base size, and
So
it's
what's the
harder
red
to do
dice
that
one
even.
for?
But basically, that can't generate any attacks from Crimson Crown, the red dice.
Well, the other ones
The
can't
way it's
anyway.
worded.
I'm -1 to wound, so.
Do you mean? Oh,
so
right.
I'm at
Okay.
resilience, yeah. Doesn't make any difference.
4 ups. Is it 4 up? Hang on, strength 6.
Yeah, it'll be 4 ups. So I take 2.
-2.
So 3 open ones. Both okay.
And then
Yeah, the Discord
attacks
doesn't
from
lose
the
his own
mech
attacks.
tendrils.
Yeah, he just loses his mount attacks from it degrading.
That's it. Next wound.
1 goes through. How much damage?
1 damage.
Okay.
3 attacks from the beast 'cause he's degraded. 1 extra attack from the False Emperor because he's +1.
Mm-hmm.
4. 4s. No extra. Just 2 D3.
No, just take the 1.
D3 damage.
Oh wait, do I have a CP?
Oh my god, can't even
1. Okay.
kill him. And then the last attack. It's the Death of the False Emperor. On 1.
Discolors need to be at least 200 points in 9th. I think they'd be fine with a little
That's
increase.
strength
Maybe-
8.
I think they're like
so
140 something right now. They could go to 150 or
That's
160 and they'd be okay. You make them too
That's 3 up
expensive,
in
and they're
is
just
it?
like not really
Yeah,
worth
3 up.
including though.
On the warning staves.
Game. Okay, cool. That was
Turns
it.
out paladins, there's paladins with sanctuary and all warding staves are hard to kill. Yeah.
Lines, kill, hold, kill more.
There we go. 24-13.
We got on ground control. So you killed more that turn, did you, as well?
I killed the big dude and the character. You didn't kill anything, so.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I would say close game, but it wasn't. So
I mean,
Yeah.
it felt close
Wasn't
to
really.
me. Like I'm like, oh, I've got like 8 models left on the board.
yeah, I mean, I've got more stuff. So I think
Moral
if it was
victory.
like a 10-turn game or something, maybe yeah, I would have won, but it's not. So I don't think I was aggressive enough, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think I just overestimated this power of smite, which is my major problem. On the turn you come in and tried to hide too much, and because of that, I just didn't have the gusto to push up.
Yeah, I think the main thing was just not
Board.
contest me on this side because I just got to sit in this L because you never came this way to shoot me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
So I was just like sat here with my
So
blow.
maybe a better play rather than faffing around over here would have been just to push up round here and
I
keep
think this
shooting
side was the
everything
side.
behind here.
I think playing on this side was definitely the wrong side.
Yeah, maybe that's like a learning curve. And also, like, you managed to things within 3 inches where I thought, oh, I've blocked him. And then I thought, oh, I haven't blocked him because he can come within 3 inches. Then there's a stupid situation where he perils and killed that character. So, like, I lost Killmore that turn as well. I was just like, well, I got it off the charge, I guess. So I managed to, like, just about keep that. But
Like just not having this guy within 12 to give me that extra damage. That guy living on like 1 wound cost me 2 extra squads of guys basically. So that
oh,
was
yeah.
was rough.
I think also, well, yeah, I mean, I guess if I'd pushed out further with him, the thing is, even if I had pushed right behind here and you couldn't have seen any of them with smites, you just would have been really conservative anyway.
Yeah.
So just kept in Killmore off of shooting chaff and stuff. I mean, there's not much I can do about non-line of sight, so I couldn't make it seriously considering in ninth just doing lots of non-line of sight artillery stuff instead. But I guess, but really poor secondaries on my half though. I definitely should have picked Reaper, I think. You know, I couldn't have maxed it.
Well, yeah, you could have maxed if you killed all the characters, but then it's like the same as getting headed.
Yeah, but it's a
You don't kill the
safer than
characters until you kill my
it's
characters,
safer than
so,
going headhunter.
yeah, you don't kill.
Yeah, I think it would have been much safer going for Reaper instead of headhunter in hindsight. On control maybe was a silly idea. I mean, I couldn't go for any other maneuver secondaries considering how it panned out anyway. Could I have reconned? I don't even know if recon would have worked.
Yeah, well, recon would mean you have to be in the middle, and I mean, it would have
Never
forced
really
you
got
out.
past the middle,
Better
did
in the
I?
game. Yeah, well, it would have been better because it would have forced you into into this core at least.
Maybe like in another world, I should gung ho use one to the smites and then better board presence. But then again, like you said, if like they doesn't survive on a wound,
Yeah, like I said, these matchups like super like people are like 4 damage smites, but I'm like it's got 30 wounds. It's like I need to hit it with like 7, 8.
yeah, and I guess you see how quickly you get shot down when you come out. So like
Yeah.
that did think I cleared absolutely everything I could see, more or less, apart from 6 of these guys. So
I think this matchup is super swingy, even with the 4. Like the 4 damages, yeah, but it's like the moment I step out, I'm dead. And I had like a bad turn when I said, well, like I said, this guy should have been like an inch closer here, which would have saved me 2 units. But
oh, in what capacity? What for? Like smiting, you mean?
he was out of range to smite, so that could have been.
Oh, I see, yeah. But then also, like on that roll, it was like how many 2s and a 1 for the shooting? I was just like, oh, what? So that was annoying. Like, guess I should have, on average, I guess I should have saved a little bit more of that if you're talking about a completely average game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like SD. So I was just like, it's not a great matchup for me. I think.
Yeah, I could put too much
No,
into the poxwalkers as well. Like, could have split some shots. After like the first game we played, and the poxwalkers survived like everything. I was like,
yeah, they can do that. The other thing is as well, like, I don't know if going second would have been much better for me, or if it changes it much at all. Not sure. Like, it's that last turn as well. You get to push it a bit more. I think easier to get hold more as well. So.
I didn't end up getting hold more, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, you could have pushed that out loads. I think you could have done really well with more, maybe. I guess engineers isn't very good for this. This kind of.
So like
Thing,
if I had engineers, I would have done like one of my strike squads. I could have plonked it here and then just never have it come out. He probably would have been pretty safe. But like I can't engineers on this back one because they just get shot. So like literally the only objective I can engineers on is this one here. But it would be scoring me 2 points a turn, so maybe I could have engineers.
Is it 2 points a turn? What, because
Yeah.
it's outside deployment
Yeah,
zone?
it's outside the deployment, yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess that's pretty decent. But allowed to like gate them, they still scored. Oh no, because they have to be on the.
Yeah, so it's like even the
Just
turn they come.
gate them
Yeah.
the first turn, maybe. I don't know.
It's like if I gate them the
Then
first
you-
turn, I'm going to bring like Demon Prince over here. It's like, okay. Or, I'm not like completely hidden.
Yeah, I think like in future, if ever this happened again, they should just concentrate massively on this area and then just like go, yeah, you're not hiding there. I'm going to shoot everything this way.
Because like you have 60 chaff, could have got 3 points, pretty much guaranteed. I mean, it's only a point different in the end. But...
Yeah, I mean that's probably a safer, but a lot of people don't take. Nobody takes Reaper because you can't max it. People get greedy and say, "Oh, they can't max it." Just like me, I should take Reaper against you, 100%. I don't think taking Headhunter against someone who you don't think you're gonna.
It's trapping Grey Knights because like my characters are like never exposed unless
Yeah,
I
you don't use them in combat or anything like that. If it's literally the last things on the table, then fine. But you just like had those paladins hidden. So I think I've probably got more points on you on the table. It's like, that's
This guy is probably like my 4 characters.
130. Yeah. And I've still technically got a disco and Demon Prince. Don't forget before Brimstone. So that's cool. It's a good game, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for the game, guys. I've input you guys' score into BCP, so you don't have to enter it. And yeah, congrats on the win, Headstrong.
It's my 3rd pod win.
Woo! So we'll
3
probably,
for 3.
yeah. So I think we'll be seeing you in the Invitational then.
Yeah, it should be.
Sick.
I think I needed 22 points to get first place, so I think I've got first.
Got first place in the series.
Oh, and the overall, like the full standings.
Don't know if has it been counted up?
It is your
I've
top
got a lot
3 events.
Yeah, so I top 3 events, so I've come first in 3, and I've got 130, 145, and I think this puts this one at 128 or 130.
Yeah, usually the win here's about it's like 130 with an out with a decimal.
I don't know. I've got a lot that hasn't been added on there. I don't think. Been
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's a lot of
ages.
active pods that haven't been added yet, so yeah, it's gonna change.
I mean, like I've got a final against Raven Guard, I think, and Simon.
Yeah, I mean, Phil, you're already
nothing.
second place, right? So I think you'll be okay.
I'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's the other RTTs count for it as well. I think the ones that Reese has been organising and stuff.
Yeah,
I thought
Quarantine
they
Hammer all counts as well. Yep.
Yeah, so we've been playing them are pretty decent.
Because when they get more points if it's like 5 rounds.
You get so the way we have it set up. The event itself isn't counted for more. You get, I think, a very slight benefit because you can score more battle points, but it's like it's minuscule. It's just a couple points. I think. I don't think it'll change who's in the top 16 at the end of the day. But all events currently for this season anyway, all events regardless of the population, the base scoring level is identical for everyone.
It's cool.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I probably won't join any more pods because I don't want to get more 8th practice now with.
Yeah, it's 9th time.
Yeah, it's like, just forget everything I've just learned. Can't fall back in psychic.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, right? But you can shoot a billion smites all at once from Voldus.
Can he smite 3 times?
Yeah.
What?
The downside is until we get the FAQs, he can't. He does. Grey Knights don't ignore the stacking smite penalty.
Okay.
At least as far as we know, but it will probably be in the faction FAQ. But yeah, you can smite multiple times with one character, for sure.
Stacks. So
What? Oh, do they need to make them any more powerful?
it's enough though overall, because like if it stacks up, I'm never going to be able to
Right.
cast.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. And we'll have to wait for. We'll have to wait for the faction FAQ for that. But I have a feeling that it'll be like the Tau Overwatch, right? Like everyone is freaking out the Tau lost their thing, and then they just got it back in an FAQ. So I think that's what it's going to be.
I think Thousand Suns should keep it, but not.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. Let's get that. The devastating sorcery guy with +1 mortal wound smiting 3 times a turn. That seems pretty good. With no penalty. Papa.
I don't know. That's FAQ waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Definitely.
there's going to be a mass. The FAQ day one's going to be as big as the rule book.
Yeah. Currently, if you at least we were talking about it in chat a little bit earlier. If you equip a Storm Shield to a Terminator, it ignores all AP. Currently, rules as written.
I thought that did anyway, didn't it?
No, so the new Storm Shields, I guess the rule that's been spoiled so far is that they improve your save characteristic by 1 and then give you a 4+ invulnerable.
I thought it was not a 3. So they're not a 3-up invulnerable anymore.
Yeah, I think they're changing to give you a 4, just an Iron Halo save, I guess, but then also +1 to your armor save. And the way the edition works currently, and I think this is a mistake, is that you can if you get to a 1+ armor save characteristic, you actually ignore all AP. Just from some weird interactions between the rules. So I imagine there's an FAQ that'll get happen pretty quickly.
So sorry, it's a 1+.
Yeah.
Ignore AP, so you'd just always be on a 2-up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Unmodified 1s would always fail, but it doesn't matter what your AP is. You would only ever fail on 1s.
Is that just because of how like the math is worked out? Because it doesn't do.
Yeah, it's because
+1 give you the net, but instead you would do. I've got +1, and then it would.
Right. It's the way the AP is calculated now. It's a modifier to the save roll, and there's a rule in the core book that says that you can never modify the roll of a dice below a 1. So, in order to pass an armor save, you have to get equal to or higher than your armor save characteristic. So if your save characteristic is a 1, any roll is automatically a 1 or higher, because you can't be modified below a 1. So you just don't care about AP ever. Whereas otherwise AP would always reduce your roll to a 1, and then you would fail because you have a 2+ save.
Your armor save anymore, basically just reduces the roll.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Which doesn't functionally change it except in this one circumstance. But so I think, yeah, there's definitely going to be some vagaries that need to get cleaned up for sure. And I do think smiting is probably one of them.
Clean up 10 rules and then create 6 more.
Right, yeah.
BW.
Yeah, it's like that meme about bug fixing in computers or whatever, you know. You just get 6 more bugs.
I doubt it'll be at the top of their list.
Yeah.
I think terrain's going to be the biggest FAQ stuff, probably.
Tournament organizers would just be like, all right, everything's obscuring, dense, light, heavy, blah blah.
Yeah,
Think and shoot anything.
It'll be good
that
we can just keyword things now, right? So currently, a lot of times you'll go to an RTT or something, and you're like, oh well, we play ruins differently here, and you're like, ugh, okay. But now they'll just be like, hey, we have these 3 keywords, and that's what we play with, and everyone knows what they do.
So obscuring. So like, let's say I'm inside like this. He's not obscured, but if I was like this, I would be obscured.
Yeah, but you still have to be able to physically draw line of sight to them. So even a Lord of Skulls, even though it's 28 wounds, it doesn't benefit from the obscuring roll. If it's behind one of these L's, the L still blocks line of sight as normal. It's just like if there was a window in it, you could see the Lord of Skull through the window.
I might have like TTS, but it's like actual tournament. So all terrain's got like fucking a million little windows in it. So it's
yeah, I think it sounds like the obscuring rule was worded to work alongside like GW's terrain kits, which have no bases on them. So it kind of breaks as soon as you put a base on the terrain. So I think the house rule becomes that you only count the actual the actual walls of the building as obscuring or whatever, and then the rest of it is just cover or something, which is basically just how ITC works right now. So
I'm not a fan of this list. Like I have like another list that's similar to this, but I have the chaplain back in. I miss the extra 6-inch range. It just makes such a difference. Like this turn,
I think it did make a difference. So if you're getting hold more on the first turn, it was just like, okay, how I did that, but that's cool. It's me enough CP though.
my chaplain always immediately fails that litany every time I need it.
Yeah.
So I was just like, all right, buddy, I'm done with you. You failed one too many.
Yeah, it is like a thing, but it's like
Yeah.
it is clutch just because it gives you the 35-inch threat range, so I would be able to. It pushes screens further back if you didn't want to get shot.
Yeah, certainly very powerful for sure.
But yeah, I was scared of the wall. Like I could have got this turn 1 for a hold as well, but I was like, if this guy comes 20, he could be here and the draw line of sight here. Yeah. Maybe he wouldn't have been closer still. But
Yeah, I think you had a position to put one of the characters closer to the forest so he could run into objective 2. I think there was a position there, required some pre-measuring, but that I don't think anyone could have gotten closer to that character.
I think you should have just put the spike squad or something behind here.
could have done that as well. Yes, like a strike.
You put the strike squad behind, strike squad behind there. Character can like backfield, like just at the back within 5 inches, moves 5 inches, yeah, and then. I guess as you're saying, you couldn't fit all of your models in here, but you only have your characters showing anyway. You'd be fine.
Yeah, well, like I did have it originally to that, but then I was like, okay, this guy just drives 20 this way. He could maybe.
I mean, me sticking one of those 20 inches up there means potential for like him getting like a ton of smites into him. It's just not worth it.
It's like, oh, well, now I only have 12-inch smites across the board. Like, losing any character becomes pretty big because only the characters can have the new powers. So.
Yeah, no, I get that. But what I'm saying is he wouldn't have been able to shoot the brother captain, like, because of the way if you put you would have been fine.
Yeah.
The strikes that wouldn't have even stopped you from, because you only deep struck them just like about here anyway, so you could probably just have brought them forward and they'd be just as effective.
That's true.
So, I don't know. Probably never play again on 8th anyway. So.
Yeah, that's it. I have like one game left in like another pod, but that's it.
But yeah, I've got like 2 games left, and then I think I'm done till 9th. So,
yeah, if I do,
that's it for me.
I'd maybe do like a rapid fire to get just to guarantee some extra points.
Yeah, I mean, against Raven Guard, hopefully I'll win. Maybe won similar matchups before. Only got Flamers. I'll be alright.
Flamers and Bolters. Oh, okay, 6s. I mean, as long as you screen semi-decently, I don't think they'll even get into anything. So.
Well, screening against 3 units of Centurions and a unit of Aggressors is pretty difficult, to be honest. Yeah. I'm planning to just let them charge into me and then just like smash them back. So that's my best play, so hopefully that'll work. Anyway, I'm off to bed. I think it's quite late over here.
All right, buddy. Good game again. We'll have to have a third sometime in 9th. I guess you won't even be playing this list. Is this you can't even make this list in 9th? I don't think. Like even if points didn't change, just the detachment change, you'd literally be down 6 CP. So you'd be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. I'd never be able to make this shit in 9th. Not at all. I'm planning to possibly try and make Defilers work for a laugh. So
maybe. Okay.
That could work because you can buff them in the same way as the Lord of Skulls. You've got exploding shots with las cannons. Funny. And then battle cannons with the.
You do decimators with butcher cannons. You could do.
Well, if I was going to do decimators, there's definitely the soul burners are finding their way onto them. So if they get blast with those, because like that's those 4d3 shots just turn into 12 mortal wounds or whatever they decide it to be. That's pretty decent. Except they're like made out of paper, so
Yeah,
110 points is a bit much.
they're not popular now, so
butcher
they probably
cannons
won't get.
might work.
They wouldn't get a big point increase. So. I'm trying to think what other demon engines there are. Venom crawlers, very trash. Helldrakes, kind of trash.
Filers are the most buffable shooting unit. Link las cannon, havoc launcher, and battle cannon. And a combi plasma if you're going to add that on as well.
Is it,
But there are 166 points, I think, for that at the moment. I don't know what they'll change to.
is that like a tank? Like the Hellforged Predator? Is that a demon?
But it's not a demon. So like that's just anything Hellforged is just like a vehicle. But you've got decimators, defilers, forge fiends, mauler fiends, old rakes, Lord of Skulls, brass scorpion, Kaitan.
You do it with like
Scorpion.
obliterators, right? Like you just make them.
Yeah, you can do it on them as well. Obliterator, actually, that's quite an interesting thing. Might bring them back in. Depends
You
on the
could do
points.
like Alpha Legion Corn obliterators, so you won't be able to shoot twice, but you get a little more exploding sixes to wound, and then you could conceal them so they could never get shot.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a thing. Because if you get 3 lots of but then you want the double shoot. It depends how much CP, because it would be quite easy to put obliterators in the list and like get your max CP out of it.
Yeah.
Especially if you wangle Baden in there somehow. So
I guess you'd have to math out like double shoot compared to. I guess double shoot will always do more than the.
double shoot's always more powerful because you get to select up to 6 different targets as well. Whereas all you're getting is a potential 5-up with veterans with the obliterators. So the 5-up with veterans causing additional attacks is good. It's like obviously double shooting is far better than just getting your 5-ups for extra shots.
Yeah, I mean you could always just do one as Slanesh and then do like one as Corn and yada yada.
Yeah, you can bounce it around a bit, but like obviously it would require Crimson Crown finding its way into your list somehow. So, so that's the other thing. So, anyways, I'm gonna shoot off. I'm pretty tired, man. So,
Doki.
Cool, guys. Yeah, have a good one.
there, Trevi. Wait.
All right, chat. That's going to be it for me on this stream. Thought that was an interesting discussion at the end there, so we stuck in for a bit. Some theory crafting of 9th edition Chaos. I'm going to hop over to AOWPI. We're going to go live in about 15 minutes there. Drop a link in the chat. We're going to be playing some 9th edition over there, John and I. Oops, that's not the right link. Ignore me. It's a slash, not a period. Slash. There we go. Get that shit out of there. All right. And so come hang out with us, and we'll be playing some 9th Ed Tyranids versus Space Marines. We're going to give that a shot, and it's going to be sweet. So thanks, everybody, for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. It was a little bit of a slow one, but I think it was very tactically interesting, so that was good. And I did enjoy casting it. So we'll see you in a bit. Have a good one, everyone, and keep it classy, folks.